Oh God, why is my camera not working? What the hell?
Do you have your camera on?
I do. Hold up. Let me see if this gonna.
Okay,
Are we good?
we're good.
We're good.
Can y'all see me though?
No.
We can't see him. Oh, he's coming back, or his camera's off. That's all right. You know that always happens with StreamYard. It gets a little bit tough. Um, Always something.
Technology.
Yeah, he's not there. I'm trying to see if there's a way. Um, Hold on, I'm making a banner.
No problem.
And okay, I think you're gonna like this banner. There we go.
I definitely like that banner. I
Yeah.
definitely do. You know, your girl been shadow banned really, really bad lately.
Sorry, you guys. Okay, we have a couple of people in the live right now. Thank you so much for joining our live. I just realized you were here. And tonight we're going to be talking about the chaos in the Capitol and all of that great stuff. Right now, we're actually trying to hold out for Mr. Al's asylum, and but if he doesn't get here pretty soon, we'll just start off a little bit. Um, and then all right, so that's our topic right now. And so right now, we're going to be talking about what occurred. So about 2 days ago, it was early Wednesday morning. And everybody in the DMV could actually feel the difference. We got you now, brother.
I see.
Oh, there
I
we
see.
go.
All right, and so I'm just starting to get a hold of a handle of StreamYard. So I got that for you, brother. I thought.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that. That's my fault, man. I don't know what the hell happened on my end.
And okay, so you're good now.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. So the topic right now is chaos in the capital of Amerikkkan.
All right. All right.
Hey,
I like it.
I had to use.
Now that's cool.
Yeah.
You and
All
I
right,
have to
and
be
then,
really careful because we have to be really peaceful because, the last time you and I was on a live, it got really, so.
Okay, yes. Peace to Combine Combat Systems, aka Indomitable Spirit. Thanks you for joining the live, brother.
Peace to Indomitable Spirit.
What's up?
Yeah, peace to him. And so the topic being chaos in the Capitol. We got to keep in mind whose beef is whose, right? In my opinion.
I agree with that. Great way to start it off. Great way to lead in.
Right. Right.
Continue.
Let me muffle to me. How about can you hear it, Queen Tovon?
I can hear you.
Can you hear
Yeah, we
it?
can hear you.
Okay. And so you know, I tend to, let people duke it out if I see something occurring like that. I don't feel like, yes, same bird, exactly, indomitable spirit. I definitely feel like that is definitely not my battle, not my concern. I didn't have a horse in the race. So
My name is Bennett.
that's right. That's right. How do you feel about it, Queen Tovon?
You know what? At first, I was upset about it at first, but then I had to take a step back.
Hold up. I wanted to 1 second. Let's clarify this because this will be recorded in the future, and this will all be. This is a form of documentation. So let's make sure everybody knows what we're talking about.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna. It was a Wednesday morning, and what was scheduled?
It was a cold and gray Wednesday.
Are you there? Are you all there?
In the year of our Lord. The DC winds were gray.
Okay. Are we there? Okay, we're back. So it was a Wednesday morning, and the electoral votes had entered the Capitol building, where Congress was to count them by hand to confirm the election results without the concession speech of President Donald Trump. Is that a good summary so far? Anything you need to add to that?
Let's speed it up. Speed it up to the good part.
And now I can't hear you.
Speed it up to the good part.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. How did our host disappear?
Yeah, I think I think for documentarian purposes, I think like what happened, because I don't know how they're going to word this in the future, and like it's been hinted, I'm not taking either side. I'm not taking the side of those that stormed the Capitol, nor am I taking the side of the Capitol got stormed. But as Abstruce 1 through 13 is stating, the Capitol had, this is after the Capitol has been stormed, and a group of very very well trained regular people or very well guided people were able to enter the Capitol building and take some really, really great photos. That they were just right there where the camera guy got all of their best angles. That's not me saying anything happened to anything, but I did let me turn it over to you, Tovon. Now that we've done it, because I did interrupt you so that we can do that.
But I want to say when I was first learning about it, I was on my way to work, so I wasn't, aware.
How was you hearing about it?
On actually, I was watching Kenzie. She's on also on TikTok. I was watching her live, and she was like, "Are y'all watching this? Are y'all seeing this?" I'm like, "What is she talking about? What?" So I had to go on to Facebook and watch Fox Live, and I'm just like, wait a minute, is this really happening? But I had to backtrack. Yes, I had to backtrack and collect all my thoughts, because at first I was angry, I was upset, but I had to realize this is not this is not people that look like me fight. And
niggas over there.
And that's exactly what it was. So, you know, but to be honest, everybody was so shocked by it, but I wasn't. This is America. White people have been making a fool
This
out
is
of
America.
themselves throughout
This is
history.
America.
As exactly, this is it's something. It's nothing new. You
It's yeah,
know.
okay. And that's kind of where I was at with it as well. One I completely took it as a spectacle. I almost went and got me some popcorn and threw some hot sauce on it. You know what I mean? I'm a Midwestern guy. I don't know how the rest of you guys, but you're from the Midwest too, so you know about some popcorn with hot sauce too. I
Definitely.
just thought this is good TV, man. Netflix, we watched all of that. We didn't all watch Soul 1,000 times. We didn't over critiqued it. You know what I'm saying? It was whack. And so, we got this new protest porn. And that's how I looked at it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't look at it as, oh, my life is in danger. No, I live in major urban areas, have lived in major urban areas for the most of my life. I'm not worried about no white dudes up in DC doing nothing. I'm not worried about no collapses or any of that. I have always had to worry about my own, surroundings, the 6 mile radiuses that I live in. As far as let me just talk about the optics. I just thought that there was really interesting optics. I almost wanted to applaud for them when they stormed in. I thought, oh wow, they won, they got in, guys. I wanted to root for the bad guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm that kind of person. So that's how I looked at it. I looked at it, okay, this team versus that team. Okay, let's root for these guys here with the horns coming out there. Yeah, they look like they're a fun bunch.
Right.
I just didn't look at it as this major narrative that they're making. I don't want to keep talking about it like that, but I just don't live a life where I'm worried about that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like that, I absolutely agree with the sentiment on the floor. That's y'all problem, man. Handle y'all kinfolk, man. That ain't got nothing to do with me. And give me them damn stimulus checks, man.
Right. Where's that other what was it supposed to be? 1,400. Another 1,400.
Right. What are two stacks at, man? Get me that. This is what they do. Exactly. Taki
Right.
J. Exactly. This is what they do, man. This is, this ain't got
This
nothing
is
to do with me.
definitely what they
Right.
This ain't got
do.
nothing to do with me, man.
It's not my battle. And so it would feel like my battle if I felt more included in America in general. And besides when I joined Uncle Sam or, worked for them. So other than that, yeah, definitely chickens coming home to roost, as
Once
brother
again, they seem to stay around. They don't seem
Right.
to ever want to leave. It's a problem. Y'all go kill y'all. Go in the corner and fight it out. One of y'all don't come back to the other is dead. Well, how about that, man?
Right.
Exactly.
Right. And so the interesting part for me was all of a sudden all of liberal America was like the people.
It's in flames.
We're so shocked. We
Oh
can't
my
believe it
God.
happened. We're
That's your
so
cousin. You knew it.
embarrassed.
You knew he was on his way. You tried to stop him. Where are you going? Hold up, I want to come too. You knew his ass. You knew where they was going. Fuck you, mean you shocked? You ain't shocked. You knew what the hell was gonna happen. And I think that's the other side of the conversation. And I don't want to be, when I say that, I mean it metaphorically. Although I'm sorry, guys. But I do look at y'all as, that's y'all are related. It's y'all family. It's more.
Right. And so just like combined combat said, they're the same bird, two wings on the same bird. And so how do you guys feel about the tale of two United States? What happens on Wednesday with the Trump rioters and the BLM? I was actually okay, go ahead.
No, please.
Okay, because I actually attended BLM protests in DC over the summer 4 times. 2 times we were tear gassed. One time the people in front of me were maced, and the other time nothing really popped off. So 75% of the time, I experienced a negative experience while peacefully protesting for George Floyd and Breonna Taylor over the summer of 2020. Then, and Ahmaud Arbery. Then, what I saw in the Capitol.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, right. At the Capitol, though, with the Trump supporters, there was a stark difference.
There was a big difference.
Right.
I
And
mean, you know,
I'm not mad at it. I'm not. See, I think a lot of people, when they talk about it, they come from a place of jealousy. Like, why don't you shoot them like you shoot us? Or, you know, and for me, I'm more of, well, this is always been America. Like in my county, we have a Robert E. Lee Elementary. In my county, we have a Jefferson Davis Highway. So I don't know where this illusion of inclusion is getting everybody, but like this is
and actually it's a good thing that those exist, so that those that may forget where we're at, you know, can be reminded. Please continue.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like this for me has never gone away. This for me is not a new revelation. It's not something that I'm jealous of. I mean, I'm not surprised that they saw people that looked like them and didn't want to hurt them. I don't. Yeah, so I'm not surprised. And, you know, who's to say that a lot of those people there weren't already law enforcement buddies?
Okay.
Exactly. Because they got in some way, somehow.
Right.
I'm just saying.
No, absolutely.
What were you gonna say, Al's Asylum?
Yeah, I too have been to, you know, during back when Occupy Wall Street was jumping, I was down there in the Capitol and down there by Pennsylvania Avenue, and you know, all on the over there by oh my God, the Washington Monument and all in that area. They used to stage a lot of different protests, and while Occupy Wall Street was going on, Trayvon Martin was assassinated, and so I was out there during that. And when Mike Brown was killed, you know, I was out there protesting throughout DC, from the mall throughout DC, involved in a number of disruptions, and while my experiences are different, like my thoughts are similar to yours. Like, I think the Van Jones moment is just overplayed. I'm not quite sure what we're asking white people. You know, are we asking them to shoot more, or you know, and if we're asking them to shoot less, how many more times do we have to ask them to shoot less before they begin to actually do it? You know, this isn't a new thing. We've been protesting in the United States of America since before John Brown. You know what I mean? We've been protesting in the United States of America possibly our entire existence, depending on how you look at, you know, the we part of that particular discussion. I don't see this as an effective narrative. If you don't realize that there are multiple Americas, you may be part of the problem. Right. If this is your aha moment, oh my God, they wouldn't have did black people like that. If this is your aha moment, you might be part of the problem. I would like to add, however, that the BLM, and this is no, I want to be careful. whatever your thoughts are on these things, and I mean, I'm talking to the audience in general. Whatever your thoughts on these, that's great. Leave a comment and we'll get to that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to offend anybody. However, objectively speaking, there have been a lot of changes in the racial ethnic makeup of Black Lives Matter as an on the ground rank and file organization, as well as movement, as well as just this term we use to talk about protests that ensue around police violence in the United States of America. It has gotten very white, to keep things short. And so when they burnt down the police station, I look at it similar to them being able to go up in the Capitol. I said, okay, white people have taken the lead of this particular conversation, and that's why, because I remember in St. Louis after Mike Brown's assassination, when those brothers from Tribe X took over, they occupied the campus of St. Louis University. I remember, the kind of conversations that ensued. Well, the same thing had happened, on the Capitol. Black Lives Matter was able to take over, and and I'm not saying that they didn't have problems. I'm not saying that, but I am saying that they was able to camp out for a very long time. Right. The narrative has changed as far as Black Lives Matter and as far as Antifa, MAGA. Like, this is all the same. This is all the same family to me. This just, this Hatfield and McCoy's, two cousins, what is it? Two brothers and a cousin. That's what this is to me. This side of the family versus that side of the family. And I'm cool. I'm cool. Y'all go ahead. Y'all shoot it out. I'll be back. And that's how I look at this. I don't look at this, the conversation about, of course it would have been different had it been Black people. Of course. Right. That's a silly conversation.
Right.
When it comes to, these two groups, Black people are not included anymore. And whatever benefits that will come of it, we will be the last to get any of those benefits from any movement. So
it's been
when you look at BLM, it is mostly white liberals. That's what they are. And what BLM stands for fit their agenda. So it still lacks talking about Black people in general. Liberals are okay with being like, we don't want Black people dead. We don't want you to kill them. We want them alive, but we still want to have the upper hand on them.
We still want this white hierarchy. Right.
Yes. That's exactly what that is.
Well, and I also feel like since we welcome liberals into BLM, they have been doing a lot of trying to correct Black people.
You can't correct me.
Okay, this is the energy we need.
So well, this is
soundbite one.
For example, I feel like certain groups within the liberal group, certain subgroups, feel like they can tell Black women how to be, how to act, how to think, in ways that they would not appreciate if they were scrutinized in the same way. So
absolutely.
That's a drawback that I see from BLM being so diversified. I don't know what other word to use. I think that's the main drawback is, we involve them in the fight for the struggle, and then now they feel like they have authority to speak on things.
They do, and in a lot of ways, the paternalistic behavior and like touching on what Queen Tovon stated, they will be the ones that get the grant money. They will be the ones that are able to take this and market it in ways that they want to market it, the same way that the Democratic Party has eased their way in front of this particular engine and has begun to use it for their own campaign purposes. And I do feel like the positioning of Kamala Harris, and I don't like however you feel about it. That's all fine and dandy. But I do think that her record is one that should be critiqued before we begin to, heil Kamala or whatever we'll be doing, the Black Fist or whatever we'll be doing for her. Before we put her on the Wakanda Queen worship list, I think her record, it should be scrutinized in the same way that we scrutinize Trump, we scrutinize Bush. There's no reason we treat the Democratic Party differently than we treat the Republican Party. And I feel like because white liberals have been able to, I'm gonna say infiltrate, but or more importantly, have been able to get in front of it financially. They're financing all of these groups. Right. And that's from Occupy Wall Street to Black Lives Matter. They're getting money from billionaire investors, Wall Street investors, Silicon Tech investors. They're getting all of this money, and they're the ones who are able to use this as a vehicle for their agendas. And Black people are still crying in the streets about their cousin getting popped.
Exactly.
So let me kind of.
The question. I'll go ahead, Queen Tovon.
Oh, I kind of wanted to just touch bases on this question here. We know that, very clear that racism started with white people. But even if we gave them space and opportunity to put an end to it, they wouldn't. They wouldn't, because they benefit from it. Black people have to fully understand what we're asking for when we say equality. When we say equality, especially here in America, white people translate that to, you're going to run America one day. We don't want that to happen, because the roles just might reverse. We might be living in the ghettos, and you all might be living in the nice homes, and we might have to ask you all for jobs. They don't want that. So that's why we can't have them at the forefront moving things along, because they're not going to do it. As much as we will love for them to do it, we would love for them to just be like, okay, we're going to stop this, Black people. We're not going to do this anymore. We would love for them to say that.
Right.
But none of them are. None of them are.
Well, and then you got to look at. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so self-preservation, right? That's what it boils down to. And so, as moralistic as America claims to be, that they want to police everybody else and their morals. When it comes to their own integrity, they're not going to want equality, and that's why that's what my main beef with feminism was not that I don't want to tear down the patriarchy and liberate women to have more power and to be on better footing, but Black women are the most educated group in the United States. Nobody wants to compete with that.
Exactly.
So if we're going to talk
and further, I think it's excuse me, go ahead.
Oh, if we're going to talk about equal pay and being paid for what you're like based on your merit, I don't think feminism is going to support that, because if Black women are the most educated group, qualified, certified, best workers, then that means
exactly.
Right. So what were you going to say, Asylum?
No, and I absolutely agree with everything with both of you ladies have pointed out there. I was just going to say that it from an ideological or idealistic standpoint, I'm not even saying that some white people aren't extremely sincere. I know a lot of sincere white people. The problem is historically, on record, on the books, in actual fact. The problem is over the course of, for however long, we continue to see a pattern where the Black organization or the Black agenda is usurped some kind of way by the white help or whatever, and Black people really are just simply, we're not in a negotiating position for white people to enter those particular spaces and be the spearhead of any of these movements. I think it's important. I think it's important to acknowledge ideologically some of our shared ideas, but Black people simply have to work on developing their own programs and organizing themselves, using their own resources, as well as kind of taking the brunt of whatever we're going to do. However we're going to do it, we have to be the ones that take the lion's share of the brunt, because it's our thing. If we don't do that, then somebody else gets leverage over us, and that's the problem that we're having. No one's going to give you equity. That's not how this game has operated so far. It's operated by people coming together, sharing their resources, and keeping it in-house, and entering other people's spaces, territories, and trying to take what they can from those groups. That's how this economy has grown, from the Irish, the Italians, the British, the Koreans, the Nigerians. No offense to anybody, but that's how groups grow in the United States of America. They
Can
stick
we
together.
not ignore the fact that all those groups you named had really organized crime and went into legitimacy? They were,
they still got their hitters. You know what I'm saying? They're just hidden behind the squares, and that's how you're supposed to play the game.
Right. And so I don't know the ins and outs of all the gangs, but I don't think our gangs are minded.
I think they're underdeveloped presently. I think I have a lot of faith in them, but presently, they need to cook a little longer. They're still in the oven.
Right.
We still at fetus, somewhere around the fetus stage. Right.
And yes, definitely, group economics is going to be key for this, and so it's put your money where your mouth is, right?
Pretty much.
Like recently, all these people who got stimulus checks, like if we created a fund, like we could get Ray Ray out of prison, no problem. We could bail him out, no problem, and not have to worry about bail bondsmen.
Or even better, maybe put them together, some type of package where we can, whatever he is able to learn in there, use those skills to flip that money for yourself, set up your family, and then, flip that money, get it back to us, and then we ship it to somebody else to do the same thing.
Right.
The techniques and the strategies are already there. We've studied these groups. We have the information. You know what I mean? We, from tribes to from the book Tribes. Whoops. We okay?
Good.
Okay. From tribes to even Dr. Amos's Black Power. We've studied everybody. We know how everybody got on. Like you said, even with the deviants, the underground economies. You know what I'm saying? We all know how right. We all know how everybody got on. It's just, it's a matter of us continuing to push ourselves in these directions and implement these particular practices amongst ourselves, even if it's just, like the three of us, you know what I'm saying? Like with our families and the people that we connected to. There's probably a lot more people than we think.
Right.
It doesn't have to be, and I think that's another part of the conversation that I would like to address. I do think when we're all getting our information from the media it's very difficult to think at the local level. It's very difficult to think in an atomized individual way, and to see, we can do this in a much smaller group. You know what I'm saying? It can be very difficult to have these conversations and not think, oh, well, I've got to be talking about every Black person in the United States of America. That's way too many damn people to be talking about.
Right.
We have to, when we talk about white resources, we're not talking about 100% white people. We're typically talking about a very small select group of white people that have been able to dole out and make sure that, the ones on the bottom get a little something more than, every other group of people in this country.
Right.
But I do believe that it has to start, it got to start with those of us that's talking about it, It's got to start with those of us that's in, what if we're in conversation, then, it starts with us,
Right. You're right about that. It starts locally, and then you can expand from there. Kind of like how the Black Panthers was the best organization in Black America, hands down. Because I know I say both.
I haven't said anything.
In my opinion.
Verbally, anyway.
Only because I feel like they were grassroots, but those were all educated young people who had a grasp of government
at a time when I think even I think the communities were I think the appreciation for knowledge and throughout those communities on every level was a little bit different. Not saying that there's no appreciation for knowledge, but there was a different. The knockout artist was walking around with Frantz Fanon in that era. That's a different kind of culture. That's a different kind of,
You're definitely right about that. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. I don't think Cornel West would be hanging out with WAC 100.
Yeah. And if somebody, like, it would be like I thought, and even if, like, I thought the response, like I thought the conversation that Dyson and Nipsey had, like, I think the problem is by the time those two types of individuals are able to get in the same room, the celebrity and the cameras and the fanfare have created too much of too much of a pecking order for those conversations to go, any other way other than, possibly a celebration by the person who should be celebrated of the person who should be listening a little bit more.
Right.
And I'm not taking shots at anybody, you know what I'm saying? Rest in peace, Nip, and all of that. But I do feel like, these conversations have occurred. We're all of this is the flow has occurred. The problem is, by the time it occurs, it's happening at too high of a level. All of this needs, you need Eric Dyson right before he's getting to college to have a relationship, with Nipsey right before, he got it, he gets put on the set or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's not to say that one is more important than the other, but it is to say that the influence has to come from one sector before it gets, for lack of a better word, criminalized.
Right. So Taki J, or Taki, I apologize if I'm saying your name incorrectly. How do we get the community and our people in our communities to do better and want more for themselves and our communities as a whole? And a lot of that has to do with community programs, in my opinion. A lot
Whose communities? Because my community, I don't have it. Like, I think, and that's another thing. Like, we have to be a little bit more. Like, what communities you talking about? Because my community is they on the ball. Now the surrounding neighborhoods is the reason why the people in my neighborhood have the support the ceasefire signs in their yards. But as far as my neighborhood is on the ball. They batting 1,000. We going to the finals this year.
Right.
So I have to one I, like I think yeah, community organizations and all that. But what about you? What about your household? What's going on inside your house? You know what I'm saying? Start with your household and make sure your behaviors are bright and I think that begins to influence other people. I'm in the Black community. I'm in Ashburton, Baltimore. I'm in the heart of it. I'm in the thick of it.
Right.
But
right.
my 6 mile radius, I couldn't ask for better Black neighbors. So I think we have to be which communities are you talking about? Because we're not all living in.
Yes, exactly.
So I would say, for example, like Chicago. I'm in Chicago. So here in Chicago, it's no secret how Black communities are here in Chicago.
Even some Black communities in Chicago, like it's some,
we got Beverly. They doing all
right.
right. We have Dalton, but I want to say more urban cities, Black communities, more urban, not so much as suburban. So when you talk about how do we get the Black community to want better and to do better, I believe we have to start caring for one another. We don't care for each other. We don't like who we are. Therefore, we go outside and we disrespect everybody that looks just like us. And people that don't look like us, we have the utmost respect for. We respect them. We talk to them with respect. So this is
I
a
agree with. No,
self.
I absolutely agree with that. And I think there's
Yeah.
also a lot of, once again, a lot of that's on the individual. A lot of,
Right.
and I've taken note of the statement on the screen. There's absolutely nothing I can do for someone else if they're not willing to do it for themselves. I am not going to risk myself, my wife, my son, or anything else that I have going for myself for somebody that doesn't want better for themselves. I will not be risking my life for anyone who's not willing to sacrifice whatever behaviors they have that are limiting them. That's not how the game works. That's foolish. The job of a person like me is to show you how I'm making, how I'm addressing the social problems, how I'm struggling, how I'm succeeding, or whatever. And then you make your own blueprint out of what I'm giving you. It's not, it's my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? But it is a Black community.
So
That means we figured, somebody figured something out. We're all these Black people in my neighborhood. This ain't, this is not, this is not the outskirts of Baltimore. Like I'm in, that's Mondowman down the street that they burnt down. It's Mondowman. That's the Hilton Parkway right down this way. That's oh my God, what's the niggas over here? It's another set on the other side over here. Like I'm in it. But we figured it out. And so my concern is we keep thinking that every Black person is living the same way.
Right.
And we're not. We're not.
I wouldn't say
so we
that
have to be a
we're
little, so I
living
do
the
feel like we need
same
to be a little bit
way.
more specific.
So I'm not going to say that we're all living the same way, but we do have to acknowledge that there is a problem here within the Black community that we all as a community can't keep ignoring. Like this is something that we need to do collectively together because it just seems like parents are not parenting no more. This is where the
Some
violence
parents
comes
not.
from.
Some parents not.
Yeah,
Some
some
parents not.
parents. But this is where the root of the problem is coming from. Parents.
And I do think that there are some systemic concerns that that
Yeah.
are there as well. But as
Yes.
far as the local, as
It's
like I say, if you're not willing to say what the model, what the ideal is, if every person who has a disciplined lifestyle is being labeled a square, then that becomes a problem. If everybody who has if everybody if the ideal isn't the type of person who will be responsible for the community and can live a responsible life, then that's a problem. That in and of itself is a problem. I don't know how to make a person, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure everybody's model is wrong. All I can really do is continue to do what I'm doing in my neighborhood, and I can, I can suggest some things from that. But I do think that we need to be more specific about who you're talking about, because I don't know. It's a lot of different kind
I
of Black
think
communities.
Right.
it is a lot
And
of different things within a Black community, but what I'm saying is that we as a collective, if you live in a community, do some local things with the kids, that's great, that's fine, that's dandy, you helping out other kids, you giving them hope. In a Black community, there is
What communities are we talking about?
we we
Like
could
guys, I'm talking. No, no,
we
no,
could
no,
talk
not you,
about the
Queen Tovin.
Inglewood of Chicago.
I think they're
Let's leave,
yeah
let's use Inglewood for example,
in
because there are too
Chicago,
many.
not in
Yes,
okay.
not anyone else. If you all was to drive through that neighborhood, you would swear up and down that these people don't have no respect for each other.
Is
Things
that the actual conversation? Like, what's the conversation? What are they saying there?
that
What's
that
the
that is a conversation, but then we
what are
on the daily we could talk about disrespecting each other, and then we have all these little artists coming out, and these kids be what 14, 15, 16, talking about, yeah, I killed your dudes on the track, and this is an ongoing thing. And my thing with
oh,
this is like, where are the parents? Why are we not parenting? I don't know. Like I said,
where are the parents?
I exactly. I can't speak for every single Black city, but if you look at us collectively, we can't continue to ignore the problem. We can't continue to be like, that's not my
I don't think we're
issue.
ignoring. I don't think we're ignoring the problem.
I
I
think we
think we're
are.
having a hard. I don't think we're ignoring the problem. I
We
think
we we are.
every block over here has a ceasefire tag in it. Every neighbor, every resident over here, and at least where I'm at,
We
everybody
and
understands. I don't think people are ignoring it. I do, however, think that if there's going to be some solutions, at least within our non-systemic, I can't if I can't provide you a job, if I can't provide everybody in the neighborhood a job, then somebody's going to do something to pay a bill. Understood. The question becomes, okay, who all is going to get hurt in your need to pay that bill?
Right.
Can we get this outside the neighborhood? And in you doing whatever in you getting down how you live, is there any way that we can also, stay clean? Like you ain't, littering and doing, certain small level acts, in my opinion, lead to a higher level of concern for the self. I do believe in some old fashioned traditions. Um, call it some kind of, I don't know, some kind of chi, if you will. You know what I'm saying? You wake up and you say real positive self shit to yourself in the mirror. That's a good mantra. It's good for you though, but it actually works. It's like a self prayer. Wake
mm-hmm,
up in the morning, I clean. I wake up in the morning, I make sure everything's and it feels good. I
mm-hmm,
tidy up my area. I make sure that
mm-hmm,
my, before I go to sleep, things that needed to be done today are either, put away. So tomorrow I start anew. Well, it happens the same thing when I walk into the neighborhood. Now, some of these neighborhoods, you know, the buildings have been let go. They're underdeveloped. The city is not putting enough money. Issues that we have to address at a different level. But that don't mean you got to treat the neighborhood like shit because the city is. You know what I'm saying? These are psychological things that an individual can do at the self level. It seems like, oh my God, you know, it's what do they call it? Broken glass rule. But the broken glass rule has a tendency. I can't end poverty by myself. I can't give all these people jobs. That's something you have to take up with the capitalists, especially the black capitalists. And there's a lot of cats in Chicago got some money, and Baltimore and around. You know what I'm saying? But that's something that has to be pitched to the capitalists. Hey, these young people out here need jobs, man. If they get some jobs, then their time will be spent a little more time will be spent off, you know, out of these neighborhoods, and then maybe we can come in and begin to clean them up. But that's a different level. I, as an individual, as a neighbor, I can't even possibly begin. You know, the only thing I can do is carry myself in a way that exudes respect and responsibility. That's it. That's anything all of us can do. Unless you got something like Tovon, you look like you balling out there.
And we, you know, we all do that. But here's the thing. How about we start out by speaking to each other? We don't have to always walk by each other, ignoring each other. And I do think that a positive mindset has to be taught. You just don't wake up with a positive mindset and be like, I'm going to be positive today. How can people in these environments be positive? Your environment do have a huge impact on you. I don't care what anybody say about that. If you can walk outside and it looks like shit, you are going to feel like shit. Right. And that is just how it goes. And that's why a lot of black neighborhoods look the way that they do. And we do have a lot of people that have money that are not putting that money to use. They rather buy name brand things. And here where financial literacy would come into play. Because while you're sitting up here buying name brand things, you don't know that you can open up a franchise to employ people. Right. While you're sitting up here buying name brand things.
If you got it like that. If you got it
like that. But here's my thing. We don't understand that we could start out small. You could start out by investing $5 in the fucking stock market. Nobody talks about these things. Right. No one talks about it. Financial literacy is not a thing within the hood. It's not a thing within black households. Credit is not taught.
I think a lot of this stuff is discussed. I think a lot of this is discussed. I think it's difficult to get a lot of people enacted. I think that I don't think black people are as connected as we think we are. And that's why I always say you need to look at a lot of the more local situations. I don't think black people are as connected as we think we are. I think a lot of these conversations exist all throughout the black community.
They exist.
I remember what is the program they had where you would do the mock stock market. Like this was like the junior achievers or some kind of program they had. Like a lot of these programs have been existing for decades now. I do feel like we
can talk about
there are comparisons. Like there are a lot of layers. This is a very layered conversation. This is very general. We're talking about something very general. Like okay, what about the media? And I don't want to police people. I don't want to, because I think Jasmine Sullivan album dropped. Y'all heard that yet? But anyway, either way, I do. Because hold on. Let me say something. I think it's important for everybody to have a space. I think everybody in the media brings something, but I do feel like, yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of people rapping about, hey, nigga, I cleaned up my neighborhood today. I feel great, nigga. I'm better than nigga. We cleaned out neighborhood better than you. It's competition about everything. I fucked your chick, nigga, I dressed my mama better than you. I bought more shit than you. It's competition for everything, but the things that actually make a community a community. We don't. There's no rap battles. But there's not a lot of train of thought on that. And even when it is, like even with Jay-Z's, 444, you skyrocketed, dog. Nigga, I don't even I'm not going to any art auctions to bid on any Picassos. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not, this is you took it too far out. And I think and we all applauded that, but it's like that's not what we're talking about. These young people that's stacking that money, man, they're not just taking care of themselves. A lot of these people are taking care of not just their families.
Right.
We're talking about an underground economy. It's not just, that's a lot of people. The problem that I have is especially places like Chicago, where we're talking about. Let me word this properly. We're talking about fraternal organizations of poverty, brothers of the struggle. We're talking about people who've been involved in street organizations,
right,
way a long time, man. I'm my people from the east side in Centralia, Peoria, Cairo, Illinois. Like they've been doing, it's a long time. I'm talking about something that's very ingrained, not just Chicago, but Illinois itself. And it's spread throughout the Midwest. It's thick. It's got a lot of thick roots, man. And so, I remember when the GDs start saying, this is growth and development, and when the literature started to change, and you still kind of end up with, that was back in the 90s. You still end up with the 2000s. You know what I'm saying? So it's very, a lot of this is very difficult. You know what I'm saying? These are very, and like I said, these are very general and broad conversations,
right.
Because,
and
there's a lot of things we could talk about as far as, what Black communities you're talking about, and each one has their own specific problems. This particular sets of behavior doesn't exist in this particular area because these people didn't go through this historically, so they didn't do this.
Wait,
there are,
so
but I agree, and I want to make sure I've said I agree with everything Queen Tovon stated. We need to be more neighborly.
Right.
Just we've got to calm. You can still party, and what's the challenge? Drop it. What's the challenge? You can still do all of that, man. And you can be your neighborhood's greatest boxer and still smile and help the elderly, and be bright and intelligent and do human things and be humane.
Well, I wanted to touch on something. Someone said, "Where are the parents?" And the parents are either being failed by the system, because social services in Black communities tend to be overly intrusive and kind of not lenient
with
the Black family. And then also the parents are being overworked. I don't want to misquote the statistic, but even in two-parent households in Black communities, they're working upwards to 50 hours plus per week while raising a family. And so that doesn't leave much time to be with your children.
Okay, now
so,
go ahead.
Yes.
What I'm going to say, I know a lot of people are not going to take it lightly, but I feel like this is something that needs to be said. In Black communities, a lot of people are going to be so pissed off about what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Soundbite coming up.
Come on.
We need to start planning for kids. Kids cannot be uh-ohs anymore.
That's interesting stuff.
Right.
We cannot keep doing that. We can't be on our fourth uh-oh and just to hell with it. And different baby daddy here, different baby daddy there. This is something that needs to stop because it also affects the kids.
Definitely.
It really do. Kids need to be planned. When you and your significant other sit down, y'all talk about having kids. Then when y'all in the process of doing it, make sure that child has a room. And I wish that, someone would have explained this to me. Because when you get in that position and you have a child and you're not set, a lot of damage is already done. And then now we have to figure out how the fuck we gonna fix it. We don't plan for parenthood. And a lot of young girls are going through this. From the ages of 14 and up. Because we think that it's just something that we should be out here doing.
I think there are a lot of cultural and I think there are a lot of cultural and by culture I am speaking to entertainment predominantly. Most of our influences are entertainment based. Black people are typically kind of influenced by what our entertainers are doing and saying, and there's absolutely a space, and I'm not a sociologist, and I don't say that to say that I haven't read this book or I haven't read that book. I don't have this degree, but I am saying this. I just haven't. I've lived a life, but I haven't studied all the data. I haven't gone through all of the literature on the topic, and the actual households. Like, there are people who go through people households and uh, uh, for lack of a better word, study what you're saying. I have my own life and I've lived my life, and yeah, it's a lot of choices I made that probably and people that I know, we probably should have it would have been nice to have a little bit of forethought. I do feel like I want to be careful about the respectability though, and that's not an attack. And you're right, Tovon. You're absolutely right. People are probably going to have something to say about that. I do think that we have to be careful about the respectability. I don't think that a discussion is a bad thing, though. I don't think us tabling discussions is a bad thing, because we have been led by a very broad and general question. You know what I'm saying? And it's very important to remind everybody this is a very broad topic.
Right.
And so we do need a lot of space in order to address that kind of topic. That's a we're talking about a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And there are many books that have been written on that topic by people who have done way more work in that area than I will ever even desire to.
Well, psychologist Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, she actually had some very strict rules when it came to family planning.
She wanted you to not get married to like 35, and she wanted reproduction to be in. She also has some real interesting things to say about the homosexual community. I want to be careful about and that's what I mean. Like, I want to be real careful about the whole, because there have been a lot of voices, and we are kind of setting guidelines for voiceless people. And I think sometimes that can be a slippery slope, is the metaphor that's often used. That snowball can trickle, and it can be something that by the time it get back down to us, be like, damn, we dealing with a bigger problem than we thought. I want to be
thinking in terms of capitalism, right? We're thinking in terms of whether or not you can afford a child, and not just whether or not you have enough love and empathy and time.
That too, because a lot of these young people don't have enough love to give to a child. They don't have enough just mental capacity to get to a child sometimes.
Right.
And it's just
What about
something.
like what do y'all think about like boarding schools? Because in other countries, in other black people in Africa, let me just go say Africa, specifically like places like Nigeria, I know that a lot of parents, up and down the social economic level. Now there are some caste-like dynamics in places like Nigeria. However, up and down the social economic ladder, people do send their children to um, group schooling. Is that a kind of like a fair way to talk about that?
Um,
Like send them off.
Right, to a boarding school. Yeah.
Right, right.
Or a military academy for children. You know,
And once again, these are very, very broad topics, guys. This is like,
I
you
do
know, we could.
believe Dr. Umar Johnson's school is meant to be a boarding school.
Would you? And here we go. Would you send your girls there? And I'm not knocking anybody. I'm not knocking anybody. But once again, this is a very broad topic, and when we I'm not sending my child there. And I don't think anyone that I talk to, but I also don't want to send my child to public schools either.
Neither do I.
You know, I don't trust my child with pretty much really anybody.
Besides you all homeschool.
I'm a very protective guy when it comes to mine, man. You know.
That's your son. That's your boy. So yeah. I get it.
So I feel like, I think all of these are great ideas. You know what I'm saying? But I do feel like this is a very. What do you want us to go shoot all the white people? Like I'm sorry, G. Like I'm not understanding what you're asking. Like you want to direct the conversation. You should get on with us. Like we were here to talk about chaos in Amerikkkan. And now we're talking about just 50 all the problems of the black community, a segment of society determined by at least 40 million people. Have you ever counted past 1 million before in your life? What about 40 million people? Do you know how many different ideas and situations that is? That's more than your TV can tell you. It's a lot of us. It's a lot of black people, man. You have to localize that. You have to atomize that conversation. It's a reason why there's local news and then there's the national discussion. There's a reason why you need people on the ground in the community that actually know the people in those communities. Because people don't like dealing with, strange people asking them strange questions. No, I'm just playing. But no, these are very, each household has its own thing, and you do need you do need the kind of resources that allow you to address each individual. It's the reason why public schools, when you have a teacher that has to deal with 40 children, each one with its own little problem, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna even hurt the A student eventually. Even the kid that's trying their best to be as focused as possible. That's why they move them kids into different classrooms. The more human beings, the harder it is for one human being to deal with each one of those different variables. And so when you talk about these this at a large scale level, it's very difficult. The country doesn't even deal with its problems like that. The federal government deals with each state, and each state deals with each local. They don't even deal it at the city level. They go from state to county. That's how that works. You keep breaking down, keep going down. Each group gets a little bit smaller because that's how you deal with a problem.
Right. And so that's what I was saying about the Black Panther Party. They had chapters. They had regions. They had a hierarchy, and so that's
some frowned upon. But yeah.
You know what? It's frowned upon. I think mainly because of how it may seem you could break down the hierarchy
No,
Like,
Balagoon wrote, I think, very convincingly about the concerns of power, and this is once again, this is very specific, and this is why it's a very general conversation. It's
right,
I can pull from anywhere. You gave me a whole battlefield, and I got tanks. I got a lot of tanks, and I got air support. I can bomb anywhere. I control. You know what I'm saying? I'm good at this.
right.
If you want to have an actual, like, and I think the Panthers are great. I thought the Black Liberation Army was a little bit more.
Right.
I thought they was a little I don't want to compare. I'll just say that these are two different studies. I think the study of the Black Panther Party is one study, and the Black Liberation Army is a different kind of study. But I do think that the Black Liberation Party took their analysis just that much further. That I thought that they were a little bit more effective. They also were neutralized very fast. But I thought that they had a slightly better analysis, or I want to say better. They just took it a little bit more, and I do feel like we haven't seen anything like any of those groups in a very, very long time, and they had to have people address things specifically each, and that's why I'm able to discuss Balagoon, who was East Coast, East Coast region, and then you had the Chicago region, Chicago office with oh my God, man. I need to get punched in my face for that one. And the West Coast office, it's not gonna come to me right now.
Well, yeah, and so yes, Queen.
No, go ahead. You good?
Yes. So definitely.
Fred Hampton. Jesus
Fred
Christ,
Hampton.
I'm gonna get.
Yes.
I deserve whatever I deserve whatever I get for forgetting Fred Hampton's name.
Right,
but
and she's from Chicago. You see how he treated Chicago.
I know. I feel so bad. I'm embarrassed for myself.
Oh no, we all have those. We all have those moments.
I'm old. You definitely do.
But if we're not talking about the community of Black peoples. Okay, so I know we're trying to. I don't want to dwell on talking about just systemic issues, because I think when we get caught up in the matrix of who's in power, who's setting the policies, blah, 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 we're not getting to the solutions as much. We have had over 100 years of talking about white supremacy, like in theory and academically, like for at least a century, with our Black intellects. So
No, please continue.
And so I'm saying that we, with that much study and so little progress, we need to start focusing on not doing the same thing over and over again, because there's levels to consciousness, right? You realize that in black consciousness specifically, you realize that everybody's not your friend. You realize that what you were taught wasn't necessarily true or realistic. You realize that some of the Black radicals that you were taught weren't good people, were actually some of the more moral people. You realize, there's levels to this, of the lies you were told in history, Eurocentricity, Afrocentricity, and it keeps going further and further. And when you get to a certain point in your consciousness as a Black person in the United States, you realize that you can only beat the white supremacy dead horse for so long until you have to still deal with the problems and work on solutions. That's
not to minimize,
its effect. No,
the devil, the haunting specter of white supremacy. Ooh. And I'm being, this is just me. I'm a funny guy like that. but I absolutely agree. I'm not saying that there are just certain things that I can't do anything about. You know what I'm saying? We kind of do have to kind of, it's a day to day, wake up, put your pants on, or whatever, get dressed, and go about taking care of what you have to take care of. And when you have time to volunteer or to dedicate, you know what I'm saying, you absolutely can. But it's going to have to be in a local space, and it's got to be in a realistic way. Even Farrakhan probably has the most well equipped and well organized group of Black people that could probably be, I'm not putting anybody in harm's way, but something like an army. Whatchamacallit said he had an army. Oh, what's his name? I still got love for you.
Grandmaster Jay.
Not Grandmaster Jay, and who was who got mad at Vlad? What's up, boy? Who got mad at Vlad? Cam said, so I do feel like, even with a standing army, you know what I'm saying, to go fight white supremacy, you're still going to have to deal with a whole lot of other problems, like this isn't, and even then you still got to go through the day-to-day of surviving through a war or whatever the fuck that would look like. I think it's just easier for me to deal with what I can deal with and what I can see in front of me. And there are times when I deal with, the more abstract conversations, and I try to think on a more lofty level, but I do feel like some conversations are just way too broad. And even if we get into the hypotheticals of, vanquishing the god of white supremacy, then, you still, I still gotta feed my child. I still gotta cook breakfast in the morning. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? I still gotta, make sure the potty is cleaned and all that kind of stuff.
And even
like
one time, I'm sorry.
Please.
Yes, I was going to piggyback off of that. Even one time I was talking to a Moorish brother, and he was talking to me about how fake the currency is. I said, all I know is I go to the store with $20 and I can get my diapers.
And I think that's the problem with some of these conversations. They're not. Sometimes I just feel like people want to talk, man, and I'm cool. If you want to talk, that's good. But if you're actually being serious, man, like there are some day-to-day situations, and sometimes that's why I feel like that's what I was saying about Sullivan. Like, I'm glad that Black women are kind of taking at least that particular aspect of the culture back over, because I think Black women see things a little bit more realistically. And I have some theories about, why Black women see things a different way than Black men. And sometimes I believe that, I don't subscribe to the idea that women are more emotional, men are more logical. I don't necessarily subscribe to all of that. You know what I'm saying? I have some experiences in my life that have shown me that, it can be a lot better to shut up and listen to what women are thinking, and what, because I think women deal with reality a little bit more. And I think Black men, we tend to be socialized to just go out and put our fist on everything, or we're kind of forced to kind of rush through things and see life as this vast contest. And sometimes you need to also see it as this place of nurturance, and it has some real objectivity that has to be considered before you try to build your little empire.
Right.
Definitely.
Right. I think we can be more pragmatic in our approach to things, because we have a lot of responsibility in the Black community as well. The Black community is very matriarchal, in spite of what some people may think. And
that's not a bad thing. That's nature is matriarchal, or at least predominantly governed by the women, female, whatever. That's not gonna get me in trouble, is it? the queen bee and the black widow and the mother lion is the lioness is the one that goes to do the killing, and
Right.
like this is nature. It's pretty it life tends to like women a lot more than it likes its males. It does. It does. It does. Life likes women more than us. It does. It simply does. That's
You know,
that's why we die faster.
for all of those real woke folks, Africa was pretty much matriarchal before the
It's
European settlers
matrilineal.
came in and took over. So if they want to go that route, it was the patriarchal figures that usually fell to the European colonizers. So, just to throw that out there. But not to be sexist or
No, and I don't think it's. I think I don't think it's sexist. Some guys may be in their feelings right now, but I don't think it's sexist at all. I think it's a
I
great
hope they don't.
conversation.
I hope they don't.
I think right now it's a necessary conversation, man.
Right, and so even Queen Tovon, what about your experience with matriarchy in the Black community? How do you view how that affects us as a community? What's Big Mama's role, Nana's role, Medina's role?
GG, right.
GG,
Gamma, right.
right.
It just seemed, well, within my family, women pretty much did it all.
Right.
There wasn't too many men around at all. At all. So growing up, I seen my mom do it all. I seen my aunts do it all. And this is why, like I said, I grew up in Andersonville, privileged Black girl here. Seeing my mom do it all, growing up east and around white/Hispanic people, there was a time where I disconnect from my Blackness in general because I didn't like what I saw. I didn't want to be a woman that was going to do all of that, Um, that was just it for me. I just really seen women do it all. I haven't seen men do too much besides now that I'm married, I see it. But back then, as a child growing up in a Black community, no.
Statistically, that's a reality for a lot of families in the
Yeah.
Black community, and a lot of that is systemic failures. A lot of it has to do with economics. A lot of it has to do with.
But I also think Black people are different than all of our counterparts. Black women have never been Black women have always been in the labor pool next to Black men at
Definitely.
very high levels.
Right.
It's never been, Black women had to kind of the Black women historically, the Black Women's Club. Black women saw white women being treated a particular way and began to absorb those particular models and made Black men assume particular positions in the household. But the reality is black women was next to Black men and during slavery. Black women was next to Black men during the industrial era, the picket lines, the labor fights, all of it. It's always been, Assata Shakur was who they broke out of prison and got to Cuba. You know what I'm saying? Black women, Afeni Shakur, pregnant, was one of the Panther 21. Black women have even Angela Davis, I shouldn't say even, and Angela Davis is still, you know what I'm saying? She did some shit I ain't do. You know what I'm saying? So it's important to understand that Black women and Black men have always had to fight side to side through all of this. So some of the structures are going to, it's going to be different. Now, yeah, some of this is systemic, niggas going to jail in way more numbers and being pushed in, into the lower, I hate to say menial, but menial labor pool and all of that kind of stuff. And, coming home from a lot of wars, without receiving the type of attention that they needed, into communities of poverty and all of that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I get the systemic part, but I also think it needs to be addressed that we got a different history. We're different people.
Right. Definitely. That's the entire crux of the conversation to me for the Black community. And so a lot of times I think our allies don't realize the type of trauma, the type of lack of organization and structure, or the breakdown of organization and structure. I looked at my family history. I had entrepreneurs in my family history, and that was destroyed in like that because one person went to prison, and they, confiscated. You confiscate in Mississippi. You can confiscate a felon's land. You can confiscate all their things, and if they don't get out until 5 years later, there goes your whole entire family's wealth and basis for bank loans, and things of that sort, that you can get more capital. And so I was like, oh wow, it was interesting to see how in my family in particular, a woman paid for her own freedom 2 years before slavery was abolished. And then, she was 2 generations later, they owned the land that they worked on as sharecroppers, which was like an almost impossible feat. And it was only because the owner was in debt. And then, the next generation, someone goes to jail who has everything in their name, and it goes right back, And so I was like, wow, they worked really hard, like for 4 generations to get that land.
And it's gone.
And I was like, how many families have that kind of story?
And I think sometimes, there's not to cut you off.
Right.
But I do think that, I think it's like when we talk about, I try to be careful with words like wealth or generational wealth, because sometimes we don't think, we think wealth, and we do think really at a really, really high level. And I think sometimes, that house that, your grandmother built, that, went down to your cousin who, had them habits, or whatever he was going through that year, that's a part of wealth as well. These things that, we can use as collateral, or those things that, these things that belong to us, that we can utilize to provide food, clothing, and shelter. Those basic things that, you could raise an entire family in these houses. And that's a part of the conversation as well. It's not always the glamorous part, what I'm saying, but the land and, sometimes even the businesses that, aren't able to make it generationally.
Right.
And I think a lot of Black people had those stories. Like when you was talking, like I was thinking about, my own family. It's like, damn, everybody went through this.
Right. That's crazy. Yeah. I was like, they found a way to let us have it and then take it
away.
Right. Man. So that's why I was like, oh wow. And even literacy, Black people, you realize we weren't, most of us were not allowed to be able to read and write during slavery. That's only a few generations away, and most of us are literate. So like, look at how much we have accomplished just on that level, while we're saying all these things about, all the issues that we have. We've accomplished a lot too.
Oh yes, we do.
And I think Black people have always been fighting. You know what I'm saying? I do think I really respect what you said, that there are levels to awareness. You know what I mean? There is a level. We're not all coming out our mother as history majors. You know what I mean?
Right.
We're all, and it's a lot of damn history. Life. It took lifetimes to make the history. It's going to take lifetimes to kind of document and get everything situated. But yeah, it's a lot of things that Black people did that were astounding during slavery. A lot of people were doing some really amazing things during slavery, and I feel like those things have to be recognized as well. Black people in the struggle, man.
We are literally the definition of pull yourself up by the bootstrap.
Right.
Like, that's us. That is literally us.
Right.
I don't know no other group of people that have gone through what we've gone through and still here.
Right. And still
We are
fighting, and still
still
trying
here.
to have these conversations.
Exactly.
Right.
Still
I
building,
absolutely agree. Absolutely agree.
still breaking down barriers. And you know what? I know, the issues that we have now, but I'm pretty sure by the time our kids get older, some of these issues will be gone. And then when their kids get older, some of those issues that they face will be gone.
Right.
The further down we get, the better off I feel like we will be. We might not see wealth in our time, but the little things that we start doing today will benefit our kids.
And every
So,
generation is very different. And then I think there are
mhm,
also there's also a political side to the conversation as far as how we how we all may look at the political vision differently. My political vision might be different than I may believe in a more an anarcho type of society, something that doesn't have to be so tiered, something that's a little bit less hierarchical. And somebody else might believe in something that need some people believe in an actual monarchy. Some people believe in a theocracy. I absolutely don't support any of that. But the reality is, as Black people, we all do have and some people don't even know what they actually believe. You know what I'm saying? As far as how should the society be structured and how it should divide power. So we don't know what 100 years out things could be look very, very bad. 100 years ago, 19, 1921 is a very different world than, yeah, probably not that much, but slightly different.
I
Um,
mean, you even had Black billionaires in the 1920s. I mean,
yeah,
yep.
so
you had, and that's what the other thing, like I know we talk about Black Wall Street a lot. I don't think we talk about it. I think it's become the point that white people are now aware of Black Wall Street, and now that they've got enough Black people that allow them to discuss it and put it in their shows, they can capitalize on Black Wall Street is what's going on.
right.
But even during that, you had you had the big mamas of the Greenwood area. You had those matriarchal women even in that time. You had these really successful women, and not just in that's just one city. Like Black people,
There was
I
tons
I
of
thought.
cities who were
I think
Black.
it's really
Yeah.
important to read Richard Wright's discussion. There was I'm gonna have to look it up. I did a write up on it though. Richard Wright discussed during segregation, Black people had to adopt black nationality in the United States of America, and because of that, they were able to thrive. But then they had to deal with white terrorism as well. You know what I mean? But throughout the Americas, Black people had, coming out of slavery, Black people had figured out some really interesting things.
Right.
What was the best part of 2020 for Black America? Ooh.
I can't speak for Black America, man. Like
Hey,
everybody,
you
I
are
don't
Black
know, man.
America. I'm Black
I,
America.
I
And
did, I did all
sometimes
right, man. I came up. I hate to say it like. I hate to make it about money, my nigga, but it's about I hate to be like that, man. But I did okay. Me and my family, it was actually a good year for us, man. I took advantage of COVID. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, man. I took advantage of it. You know, I did what I could, and I came out a lot better than I went into 2020. Thank you. Black America, man. I don't know. I really think Black Americans may want to take note of the economics of one party over another party. And I'm not saying anything that I'm not saying, but I just think people take note of what changes and be aware of how your pocketbook's looking, because the last time this particular group of people was in office, Black wealth, it got a lot further than white wealth. You know what I mean? So we might want to be just a little bit mindful of where, when y'all start balancing these budgets, who y'all pulling this money from, because it don't come out of thin air. Value doesn't come out of thin air.
I figure
Also,
if I'm going to be donating to pork bills anyway, I'd rather go in debt giving it back to myself.
There we go.
So,
There we go.
yes, Queen Tovon, what were you going to say?
Lord, I think I might forgot what I was going to say.
I apologize for interrupting you.
No, it's
we all owe.
It's completely exactly. But I know it was part of something that Al was saying. I'm just like, wait a minute. Ooh,
about
I forgot.
party switching the parties and the economic policies.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, Black people, we definitely need to take note, because when it came to this election, we had the ball in our hand. Like we had it. We had it right there. We need to make sure that these politics are doing for us before we cast our votes for them. And we need to make sure that they keep their word. We can't keep falling for the okie doke. We're going to do this for you. We're going to do that for you. But first, you need to vote for us.
Especially now that Black people, like you say, Black people had the ball. I do think Black people had the ball in 2020. I do think, like, right now, I think our backs are kind of like, I don't see the leverage. Like when Biden, like, imagine you in a room with all Black people. Like, imagine this call. Imagine it's all us Black people, and it's only one white person, and that white person had the nerve to say, well, racism is getting better because there are more mixed people on TV. Like, we clown them. Like, can you imagine the berating that person would get saying something, letting something come out their mouth like that? Well, Biden did that. And this is the way that they think. And I have a feeling like, Biden's not, like, if I sometimes I like doing business with business people. Like, I don't want to do business with Biden. Biden's the guy that made the crime bill. Like, I just don't think you're going to cut me the right deal. I just don't trust you to go in and say the things I need you to say. Plus, you kind of, like, what the fuck is the difference between Biden and Trump? Like, both of them will say anything. Like, both of them come, at least one built the Trump Tower. At least I know you can do some business. You got some friends somewhere. Come on, hook me up with your friends. Biden, this is very sketchy, man. Like, this ain't who people think this is, man.
You know what?
I lost my black card because I didn't vote for him. So.
I think that's another discussion that we need to have. Hey, dog, man, it's 2021, man. That's talk calling people coon because they Republicans. That's gotta cease, man. The Democratic Party has done just as much damage to the Black communities, if not more, with mass incarceration and crime, punishment disparities, the drug laws, and all of that kind of stuff. As the Republican Party, man, there's absolutely, like, at this stage of the game, man, most of us are assimilated. It's just the truth, man. we are U.S. citizens, dog. We deal with white people in the way that we deal with white people. You know, each case has to be weighed individually, but you can't just blindly call people coons and like that's language that needs to be weighed a little bit more better, man. Like just because somebody support, like they're all trying to figure out a way to milk the black community or see it out of existence.
Right.
Need to get off the plantation, period.
And
Well,
exactly.
Period. I'm kind of tired of the narrative that black women are saving elections.
Saving everything, black women.
Right? No, we saved Georgia, right?
Stacey Abrams pulled some strings. Stacey Abrams stayed up late enough to get on the right versus Instagram battle,
right?
And hooked somebody up. And people still haven't checked this particular guy's background. It's a lot, man. Like I don't want to say that, but yeah, I do think that, especially if black women aren't going to get actual like payments or something for being, the Wonder Women.
Right.
We get absolutely nothing for it.
Tupac,
Girl.
and it's even funnier because it's that complex to where we're the magic.
I saw it.
It spilled a little bit at it. I'm like, it's dark, ain't nobody see it.
Right.
You see?
The camera tilted this way. I know they ain't see that.
My God. It's been, y'all, 2020 was one hell of a year, and 2021 is starting out to be one hell of a year already.
I don't see why people think anything has changed. Like, what has actually, they can't even get the vaccine part right. You've got people in the medical profession who are like, no, I'm good. You got people the front line. That's like, that's like somebody in war. You on the front line of a war, and I say, hey man, I got these new guns, and you be like, no, I'm good. I don't want them guns. When the soldiers say we don't want your guns, I don't want them guns neither. I don't want it either. Wait till when they say they're good, I'll be more willing to try it out. If the people who are watching people die over COVID-19 are saying no, I'm saying no too. And politically, I don't really care how this turned out politically. I still got to deal with the world that I got to deal with. But politically, I just don't see a difference for real between Joe Biden. It's like people forgotten who Joe Biden is. I just don't really see a difference, and I don't believe that the Democratic Party represents normalcy. I don't think the Democratic Party represents some higher moral. They a little bit smoother.
They
Obama
represent
was
comfort.
They
represent comfort.
Right.
They make people comfortable.
A little Vaseline.
And if you that's the thing. That's what they do. They make people comfortable.
And now this YouTube video has been demonetized. Now let's go. But no, they have positioned themselves as some type of party of domestic convenience, and I didn't see it under the Obama era. And foreign policy wise, Obama killed just probably as many people. Obama absolutely killed more people than Trump, and Obama absolutely established a set of policies on immigration that made him have the high score on deportations. And if you think that those kids got in those cages on Trump's watch, you're sadly mistaken. That's just not the truth. So it's just I just see it as more of the same. I think everybody go start selling masks, because that's probably about, it's not going anywhere. Nothing's about to change. And they can't even get What Biden thought he was going to do was get the vaccine out and then everybody go through herd immunity. Enough people get the vaccine, then they can just cover all the other deaths, and then we can say everything's back to normal. We won. The Democratic Party, please worship us and send money. But it didn't happen like that. It's not, the vaccines just aren't, and Fauci has changed his statement time and time again. You know what I'm saying? Not enough people want to take it, and too many people need to take it. So and some cop is going to do something crazy. Right now what's going on in DC, that's the white side. That's one side of the white family that's going to act up. A video is going to get released to social media. So we're going to have more of what we had this year. It's the United States of America. It's the same game. It never changes.
Never.
I've been here for 43 years now, man. I'll be 44 in May, man. I'll be linking my Amazon later. It hasn't changed. It just hasn't changed.
Right.
And that's the thing, So, go ahead.
Yes, and so definitely in looking at certain aspects of things, I don't want to ignore that people died at the Capitol uprising. I'm going to call it an uprising, a coup.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not willing to call it a coup.
I'm willing to.
I'll call it an uprising of a sort. I'm not willing to call it a coup. I don't. I'll call it a coup. It just wasn't. Okay. Okay. I don't argue with him no more.
That's how you raise. That's how you raise.
I see. I don't even argue with him no more. At a certain height, you're right.
You're right, baby. You're right. Yeah, I agree. There was people that died, and so the craziest part is if they only complied, they would probably still be alive.
Exactly.
Now, how insensitive does that sound, right?
That's insensitive. I agree.
You know what? But
it's been said to us, our community, several times.
Y'all know me. Y'all know my content.
Who was trying to break into the Capitol, which I don't care about a building as much as I care about a human being. But
criminal activity.
But how insensitive is that? But that's been the line that we've heard over and over again concerning our community when that happens to our people.
And I absolutely think that the situations are what they are. The problem is right now this is spectacle, and granted, I absolutely want to acknowledge the gravitas of life being lost. I absolutely want to acknowledge that. The problem is we're getting a story. The problem is we're getting this don't think for a second that we've gotten all the truth and that they haven't doctored, whatever they want to doctor, and the perfect images. Like, these are just really perfect images. They're really great images. Like,
right.
Instagram photos.
Man, like for real. Like great poses, like they say, stop. Jeez. They really look like highly, these professional photographs, and so I just don't know what's real. I don't know exactly what occurred, and I think that's the mentality that I want to deal with it in. The images are interesting, the scaling of the wall and all of this, but it's too easy to make up our own narratives and say, this is why the white people it's the Trumpers and they're coming for Queen Kamala. Oh my God, we must protect the Queen. And I don't know why them people was there. I don't know what was on their mind.
That's my thing. Why did they storm the Capitol? I know old girl, she was shot like you said, only if she would have complied. Due to the fact that I'm a very petty person and I can care less, I really don't. I don't care. I don't care because at the end of the day, I give out the energy, the same energy that is given to my people. I return back to you in the fucking favor, veteran and all. I do not care for that lady's life. If she would have stayed her ass at home and not storm the fucking Capitol and
But
that's a
even the language, even the storm the capital language, like I do have my thoughts about that. Like I remember when Bree Newsom climbed that flagpole, you know what I'm saying? And I do remember the feeling of pride and like, oh damn, she got that demo off. And I do feel like that for those white people, like and it for what's genuine, for whatever of this is that's genuine, that's real, that's something, honest and true and not staged and planned and, whatever, 9/11 or some shit. Whatever's real, I did feel like, damn, they got this shit off, huh? That's what's up. And then I had to come back to, but I don't know what's what. I don't know what's real. Same thing I felt with Bree Newsom. Like, they was planning. It wasn't just Bree by herself. They had been planning for a while, and they had, some reserves, and they had, it was a sophisticated act. And it's cool. It was a photo shoot. That's what protest a lot of times is. It's the creation of spectacle to get my message off. And it was at, that particular capital. And, and eventually they were going to, they was going to remove the flags any damn way. But it was sexy. It was good for, the iconography of the United States of America as well as Black folks. But I do have, I have a similar feeling about all of this stuff. The space of protest has gotten to the level of spectacle in such a way that I do be feeling like, hot sauce on my popcorn. Let me kick back and watch what's on TV right now. Let me watch what's being filmed right now, because that's how they treating it. We are in a space where it's difficult to know what of this simulacrum, what of this simulation, what of this screen shit I'm supposed to treat as, I don't know, heartfelt, moving or whatever. And what of this shit I just be like, well, they planned it, and this it didn't go the way that they thought it was gonna go down, but at least they got a cool Instagram. They got a lot of likes on Instagram, and they probably finna make a lot of money on their GoFundMe campaign. I'm sure.
I'm sure. And the
don't they
craziest,
always?
the craziest part about it is Trump losing his Twitter account permanently.
I think that's a good topic.
It's a good, because I feel like he needs to literally just stop tweeting and just be the fuck quiet. My thing with Trump, this man have been getting people worked up, a certain group of people worked up before he even got in office. Those Black people, we seen it coming. We saw it. We understood what was happening. But everyone else that didn't see it, especially white people that are so amazed and embarrassed that this stuff has happened, it's just kind of like, yes, it's a I told you so moment. But I felt like a lot of them wanted this because they didn't do anything to stop it. It's not, they want this. That's
I don't want to blame racism on Trump. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
Racism is centuries older than Trump.
You're right. And
especially in this nation. In this country in particular, it's got its own brand of racism, right? And so I don't want to just blame it on Trump. I saw it when Obama was in office, and they had
That
a
is true.
noose around Obama like he was a monkey. It was a lot of stuff. I've seen it my whole life, and I'm only 32 years old. I was born in '88, so this is nothing new.
I know.
It's like the difference between someone farting in the bathroom or someone not leaving the room, and it's gonna happen. If if an apple falls in the forest, nobody's there to hear you say nigga. You still said nigga. That's a thing my uncle said. God rest his soul. And so I don't want to get worked up and say Trump is the racist guy that Joe Biden isn't, or any other
they both are.
politician.
I don't. I just don't. I don't see. Okay, so my overarching concern is slightly at a different level. I want to be able to say what I got an interesting following on Twitter. I want to be able to say what I want to be able to say, man. Like if they can ban the president, if they can ban Donald Trump. Now I don't even got to say the president. That's Donald Trump. That's Trump. This dude is 64. What is it? 6,400 feet building in New York City. That's not an easy task. That dude got weight. If if Twitter can ban Trump, then I feel like that's a sliding another one of those slippery slopes. You know what I'm saying? I'm not cool with the banning and the censorship. I'm just not cool with it, man. I feel like this is going to come back to bite us. It's a lot of censorship, and we keep getting more and more rights infringed upon. We're gonna wake up, man, and it ain't gonna be a whole lot. Facebook already wasn't, Facebook was already very heavily controlled, man. And now it's like, I got banned one time. What did I type? I don't even think it was like I said white person, but it wasn't in a negative or demeaning way. It was in a descriptive way. And I got a ban. You know what I'm saying? It's like it never just affects them. It always affects us 6 times worse. And I do have a problem with the looseness of it. Like it's just because it's Trump. Oh, it's cool. And I'm not knocking you, Queen. I understand where you're coming from, but I need them to have better. I need a guideline. Like what, we're one, I think we need to some type of regulation on these applications so that, so when we build these huge ass followings, man, we just don't lose them overnight or whatever, you know what I'm saying, for whatever reason. And then I need them to have some for real guidelines, man. Let me know, why this is happening. So, I can decide how much more of my time I need to invest in these applications.
Exactly. I do agree with that part, but still, Trump just need to not be tweeting and saying things right now. It's just at a point where it's kind of like,
think that Donald Trump can't communicate to the world right now? Do we think that Twitter is
his only means of
and Twitter, and let's say Twitter and Facebook? Do we think that Donald Trump is not on Gab in some kind of way? Do we think he's not on Parler? Do we think that do we think that he doesn't have some form of other access? That's Donald Trump. That's Donald Trump. Do you think
some other form?
Do you think Donald Trump can't make a phone call to any journalist on planet Earth right now? What journalist do you think gonna turn down Donald Trump right now? I don't care what they say.
Not of them, because guess what? It's a good story. It's a good story.
It's a great story. It's going to sell.
It's going to
exactly.
It's going to get a whole lot of likes, a whole lot of. It's going to get a whole lot of comments.
Right.
It's going to get people riled up.
Especially direct quotes. Yeah, it's going to be. Donald Trump knows how to do those punchlines. He knows how to attention grab. So
knows
definitely.
How to punch
exactly.
He's a media mastermind.
Right.
Oh,
definitely.
yes.
And so, but the slippery.
And that's not me defending him. That's not me defending him at all. Whatever, you know, he ain't paying no bills around here neither.
With the First Amendment, the slippery slope. You know, there's several Supreme Court cases where they have infringed upon freedom of speech because it wasn't good for the general public welfare. And so you can't shout fire in a crowded theater right. And there's no fire. You can't commit libel and not be able to prove something that is potentially defaming to others. Slander. And you're not allowed to participate in hate speech in which you would incite violence at a specific time. So
the danger becomes who gets to be the judge and the executioner in these particular situations, especially as it pertains to a platform like Twitter as well as TikTok. Because TikTok is known for these kind of things too, as well as YouTube. You know, all of them. They you know, what was it? Some guy killed, you know, a bunch of people because in India because of Facebook. You know, like all of these platforms have, you know, are drenched in blood. Trump's just an easy target right now.
Right. I agree with that. I feel like if what his words on Twitter did incited people to infiltrate
storm.
Then absolutely it deserves to be it absolutely deserves to be removed. He had a warning, a 24-hour warning on Twitter.
My question is, what did Trump tweet that kicked it off? Like, can you point to the tweet and say, this here is the tweet that made them to put on the horns and jump and scale the wall?
That made it have the horns. It wasn't a tweet.
Right now, can you guys hear me?
Yes, it wasn't a tweet. It was his speech that actually told people.
And this is what I'm saying. Like, it's not. And then, like, these people, it's a lot to this discussion about Trump. First, I think a lot of times we absolutely associate Trump with the Republican Party in a way that I don't think that it should be. Trump's base is a different sector than the entirety of the Republican Party. And I think sometimes we forget that a lot of the people that voted for Obama voted for Trump.
Definitely.
This is this kind of base. This, you know, a lot of the Anons and the Occupy Wall Street, a lot of this is baked into this. There are some actual political concerns that have to be acknowledged, because you need to be able to see these people aren't, you know, this other group of white folks. It's the other ones. But however, this group of, you know, hang out at, you know, Walmart parking lot type people who Trump, you know, came through and gave them a concert. It's Donald Trump. Like, he showed them, he showed that somebody cared about them, just like Obama did. And then they had actual concerns that maybe they couldn't address with Obama, but they could address with Trump. We think that Trump made them. Trump was just mad at Obama. Trump had a chip on his shoulder with Obama. No, it was a personal thing. Have you seen the toast? Obama, do you? Hey, y'all seen the toast that Jamie Foxx do on the one dude who played on that one show? I know that was a horrible description, but I can't think of dude's name. Anyway, Jamie Foxx roast shit out of dude. Obama roasted the shit out of Trump.
Right.
And Trump came back with a vengeance. Trump didn't create those people. Trump was looking for a horse to ride in on. And those people said, hey, look, man, we looking for a champion. These are problems, and we'll push you through. And the Republicans wanted to stop. They was pushing you know, the Bush family or you know, Cruz. But Trump came through and he eased his way through, and he showed the Republican Party, I mean, y'all either ride with me or it's gonna be a problem. He brought Peter Thiel. This is the problem that I have with Facebook. Trump brought Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is a gay billionaire. He's the guy who financed Facebook and a whole bunch of other, applications all throughout Silicon Valley. He spoke. So where Trump was getting his money from, at least then. Then Bloomberg put his money behind, Biden, and I guess him and Thiel played big bank take little bank, and Bloomberg won apparently. But you have to understand that this group of people, they exist without Trump. They created Trump. They gave Trump a horse to ride into the White House on. Those white people still exist. Just because Trump isn't on Twitter doesn't mean this particular group of people isn't, they're still on Twitter. Right. They're still on Facebook. They're still making YouTube videos. I know because I watch most of them to get coding tutorials from them. Like they're still around, man. You're not going. The problem they're never going to solve this little problem that they have with their poor brethren, and I don't even know if they care to, and they're not going to. There's no way to separate. You're not going to separate the Beyonce fans from Beyonce. That's not going to happen. You're not going to separate Trump's people from Trump. Trump hasn't done anything. Obviously, somebody got killed for him. The dedication is high. I just feel like it needs to be understood that this is a particular kind of people, man. They're not y'all.
Yeah, you're right.
They won't make Gab a $1 billion company overnight, man. Gab's whatchamacallit has gone up 120% in the last.
And the Trump followers, keep in mind, are they represent the majority of white people that voted for him, and so. They've been, at least on TikTok, what I saw of the MAGA people, they've been saying they've wanted a civil war for the
Non-stop.
last 7 months, like repeatedly. They've said we're going to have a civil war. We're going to have a civil war. You guys are going to make this an issue. Blah blah blah. This is not just about This was already bubbling up. And I guess Twitter's explanation, it came out yesterday. Well, today is Saturday. But it came out yesterday. And it says, on January 8th, President Donald J. Trump tweeted, "The 75 million great American patriots who voted for me, America first and America great again, will have a giant voice long into the future. They will not be disrespected or treated unfairly in any way, shape, or form." Shortly thereafter, the president tweeted, "To all of those who have asked, I will not be going to the inauguration on January 20th. Due to the ongoing tensions in the United States, an uptick in the global conversation in regards to people who violently stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021, these two tweets must be read in the context of a broader event in the country and the ways in which the president's statements can be mobilized by different audiences, including to incite violence, as well in the context of the pattern of behavior from this account in recent weeks. After assessing the language in these tweets against our glorification of violence policy, we have determined that these tweets are in violation of the glorification of violence policy, and user @real Donald Trump should be immediately, permanently suspended from the service." And so they had a bunch of reasons for the factors. Plans for future protests have already begun proliferating off and on Twitter, including a proposed secondary attack on the U.S. Capitol and state capitol buildings on January 17th, 2021. Did you guys hear me the whole time?
Well, I did.
Mm-hmm.
I did.
Okay. And so that was a direct.
Donald Trump could have typed a period and they would have said the same thing.
You think so?
Just a period. You gotta put LOL, and they would have said the same exact thing. But hey, that's what's up, man. I just want to make sure that I do think that these companies need to be highly regulated. I think if you can remove somebody you can remove Donald Trump platform, you're not tripping off anything about me. I don't got no kind of weight like that, and I am concerned about it. It is something I have to consider moving forward. How much more energy do I continue to put in platforms that have this immense amount of power?
Well, all you have to do is say it's satire and you're covered.
Yeah, I hope. They gonna say satire this nigga, and then 20,000 followers gonna disappear.
Right. That you worked so hard for.
You know what? They already done shut me up on TikTok.
Did shadow ban?
I've been shadow banned for months.
Yeah.
For months. None of my videos come on a For You page at all.
You be going hard though.
I do.
It shouldn't matter though. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter, man. It shouldn't matter.
Thank
You should be able to say what you're gonna say, man. Don't let me on your platform, then, man. Or let me know. Let's have a statement of what you gonna block and what you not gonna block, man. So I can at least, when I say this, I can at least expect, y'all ain't gonna let this. Let me know, because I don't feel like any of these platforms have truly clear community. What the fuck is the community guidelines? I don't no, for real. Like, when did they call you in and say, hey, here, we're gonna meet with you, Al and Abstruce, about what's a good TikTok and what's not a good TikTok? Nobody gave us no liquor charts, go from 1 to 10, what's highly inappropriate and what. Nobody gave us anything. So who the fuck is the community? Because y'all been saying community guidelines since I've been on there. So I don't, and every all these apps saying community guide. You don't have a fucking community, man. It's just y'all. It's just y'all.
Right. And it's even funnier because the videos that I expect to be taken down usually stay up, and then they'll get me, and I'm like, I don't even go that hard.
I don't be knowing either.
Is that even when I duet someone's video? Mine's just immediately community guideline, and I'm just like, you know what? For a long period of time, I was off of TikTok because of this.
That's kind of how I've been. Like, I haven't really been. I just haven't been interested in, man. It's like you're not going to put me on a For You page, and then you community guideline me for. It's like, okay, I can't win. I'm gonna give this a little time, and maybe we just need to separate. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go in my corner, y'all go over y'all corner, and we see, later if we like each other afterwards. But right now, I'll go do my thing elsewhere. But yeah, TikTok has been on some kind of. It's been on an interesting trip for a little minute now.
I can get on that, and I can see Black women being disrespected left or right. But as soon as you clap back,
community guideline.
Exactly. You can't call nobody a snow roach no more, no snow possum no more. But it's okay to call us niggas.
Right. Oh, you saw that ESL teacher saying nigga 5 times in one breath.
I tried to respond to him, but it wasn't happening.
Oh, mine got silenced, and I was like, oh, okay. I don't even know what I said to get silenced, but okay. Mine got muted. He can say nigga 6 times, exhaling.
I say, if I say nigga, I'll get a community guide. They won't really let me talk about anything, man. I'm being 100% honest with you, man. But if I say nigga, I will get a community guideline on my video. But I do think it's some of my problem is I do think like people are reporting some of my videos.
And then they reporting the hell out of me.
Right.
I think it happens. That's the other thing. I don't like the weaponizing. Like the apps need, like you need some way. You need more transparency is what I'm looking for. There's got to be some way that Me appealing is not enough. I'm gonna press a button and then you tell me it's like y'all. What are y'all flipping a fucking coin in the back to see if if the appeal is gonna like? What are you using? You know, let me in on a discussion. Let me can I at least hear it? You know what I'm saying? I don't have to say nothing. I'll be on mute, but I at least want to are you actually guys actually talking, or is this a random thing? And I do feel like you need to be able to see. Okay, this group of people has said this about this particular video. All right, cool. These people don't like it, and can I say this person doesn't like me? Me and this person got into it back in the day. Okay, that should be a part of whether my video gets permanently removed or not.
Right,
exactly.
And I'm absolutely cool with not using your platform. I will figure something else out. You know what I'm saying? That's my thing. But if I'm going to use it, I do think that you need some more. It needs more. All of these applications, though, they need way more transparency in the process of what you censoring and what you and how who you allow to see. Like we're all on YouTube trying to figure out the algorithm. That's dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, tell me how your application works, man.
Right, and this reminds me of when Alex Jones. He's a very controversial conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
wrestler voice.
Very popular.
Yeah,
is that the guy with the cheese on his head?
No.
No, not him.
He's the white guy that he's a conspiracy theorist, and he's like very intense, and everything is crazy, and that is the United
I thought he
States
had the cheese on his head. Like, don't he have the little cheese head?
What?
I've never seen it.
I don't remember that.
Maybe we talk about two different people.
he talks about like just very wild conspiracy theories most of the time. And I guess one of them was Pizzagate, and that's the conspiracy theory about politicians using pizza as a code for pedophilia rings.
Oh.
And somebody actually took that seriously,
this pizza parlor. Right. Yeah, and with a weapon.
And now you gotta think they're thinking there are kids in this pizza spot being molested or whatnot. Like this is what do you call it? Like a kidnap ring or whatever.
Right, like human trafficking,
sex slaves, and sex trafficking. Thank you.
Right, and so and he also said something about false flags. That's one of his go-to conspiracy theories, is that a lot of events are false flags, which could be argued. But they had people calling victims of the elementary school shooting. I cannot remember what it's called. It's in Connecticut.
Not the Sandy Hook.
It was Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook. He was having well, he didn't tell people to do it, but because he implicated Sandy Hook as a possible false flag operation, there were people calling victims' parents, and while they're grieving, telling them that they're actors and their children didn't really die, and their children did indeed die tragically. And so he was actually banned.
He was deplatformed
because of his far-reaching millions of subscribers, followers. On YouTube, he had like 8-9 million subscribers. Twitter, he had like 20.
Really popular.
Yeah, he was big time. He was even on, invited to the news, to be made fun of as like a quack, kind of. And some people had to distance themselves from him, and all this other stuff that he was, big celebrities that he was cool with had to separate themselves from him. And so he was censored because his words, his post had some real reactions in people who were about that action.
Yeah, right.
And So that is what I think Twitter is trying to say. Trump.
I don't deny that. I just feel like it can live it lends itself to a situation where, you know, what do I expect if I say something that's, against somebody, Jack's ideologies, or, whatever Jack's belief systems are, and how vitriolic of a statement, what are we using to weigh the power of vitriol? What can, it's like what I was saying about, just writing white person got me banned. It was a while back, but still, what does it take? Who is the judge? What
Right.
criteria are you going by, and what counts as something? Do I have to have a certain level of charisma? Do my followers have to be absolute idiots, obviously? Or what is it that makes what is it that defines me as dangerous, and what am I saying is dangerous? And I absolutely understand the situation. You gotta. I do think these companies need to be regulated. Let me put it like that. I think these companies need to be regulated. And I get it. I get it. Somebody like Alex Jones, there is this kind of, there's absolutely a question that has to be raised about, okay, how long are we going to let you go on, or but I do think even that should be transparent. That should be, like let us know what, let us know, but yeah. And should Alex Jones be the one that be punished for the behavior of
people who follow him?
Yeah.
I agree with that premise, but I also know that the Grand Wizard of the KKK, they found out when they were taken to court that they could have complete, total freedom of private speech as long as it's not a crime. But they, at rallies, in public spaces, you are not allowed to incite violence in any form.
Mm-hmm.
So that thin
line, isn't the very existence of the organism, isn't that like a bunch? Like that's like the injunctions that they got, like in LA or whatnot. Like the very existence of your group. If you're a member of one of these, one of these sets or whatnot, the very existence of 60s, just the very existence, right, is enough to get you prison time. You ain't got to be, y'all ain't got to say it, nothing. The very fact that you are in the group is right enough to get you prison time. And I feel like it's just real, And I get it. For black folks, it's going to be what it's going to be. But I think,
it's going to be what it's going to be. We're not surprised. I mean, I see.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I'm like, Talib Kweli was also permanently suspended from Twitter. And it was because he was having a Twitter beef with a black woman. So
I thought he was wrong for that, though.
I thought so too.
But I get it. There has to be some. There's got to be something.
But he did, and she said just as mean, vitriolic things, aggressive things to him. So I agree with you.
Both you go to your rooms. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but but we also got to remember Talib Kweli is one to talk about certain things that's not Twitter friendly politically. As far as black people's rights and reparations, and he has a huge following because he's a celebrity,
Absolutely.
So that's the difference.
I do think that there's a slight difference, and I think the line yeah, you're right. Like who gets to dictate who gets punished? You know what I'm saying? If both of y'all are doing the same thing, I do think Talib was wrong though. But yeah, in that particular situation, it is there. I would not have been. I would have saw. I may have saw it as being fair if both parties had kind of got a couple of days suspended or whatnot. And it is I do think that they're. I don't know, because Talib kind of Talib can be influential in a different kind of way. Maybe not a go kick in, a pizza joint and try to save kids kind of way, but in a this is how a man should behave kind of way. And I wonder, at what point do we begin to, because toxic masculinity is kind of it's a big,
I think it was
a movement or whatever.
I think it was misogynoir.
I think so too. I think he practices it a lot.
I think
he's got a fairly, I think he got a long history of it.
Right.
I don't believe in toxic masculinity. I believe the lack of masculinity. So
say it again.
I believe in the lack of masculinity. Like you're lacking it.
Some people hear you say that, they're gonna tell you are a hyper masculinist proponent.
Girl, my thing is when it comes to this whole masculinity, toxic masculinity thing, when you come across men that practice so-called toxic masculinity, is basically men that are just showing lack of masculinity.
Oh, okay.
It's just it's not. You're not showing any type of masculinity. If your masculinity is threatened by certain things, like, come on now.
I absolutely think it depends on how you define things. I can dig. I do think that there has to be kind of a. I think I'm open for the discussion.
Balance.
I see where it can be dangerous as well. But yeah. If you're not practicing masculinity to this particular idea, if we're not defining masculinity to the point where these actions aren't even in this particular idea, and because I think it's enough, it's enough different types of masculinities for all of us to be kind of, comfortable in, executing at least, some, towards the idea, if not actually, hitting the goal every fucking time. But I also think a lot of I do look at a lot of what I think a lot of what he does is kind of influence a particular, just like the whole pickup artist culture, though the Tariq Nasheeds and all of those kind of people. I think that they do represent a particular style, that can be influential to dudes. Yeah, right. and I think it's real difficult. Like you can't really police a lot of that because it's of a more subtle nature.
Definitely.
I don't necessarily have to call. He doesn't necessarily have to call you a B, but the way that he addresses women, he might as well had.
Well, and then I find that the most masculine men are like martial artists, and the fact that you could be the best fighter, but your best quality is your restraint. A lot of times if you're sparring with a kung fu artist that's a master, he's not going to actually punch you. He's going to put you in a position to where you lost, and he knows but he doesn't have to strike you for you to know that.
Yeah, psychological warfare.
That's how I view masculinity.
I think it depends. I think there are some interesting definitions. Same thing with femininity. I think there are some interesting. I think the important thing is to be able to address what's not what's not acceptable behavior in either realm. What's something that we can't, you can't be doing that
Right.
in this body or that body.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. But
People act
general,
like
Yeah,
like respect is just so hard to do.
right.
It's not that difficult. It's not. I don't care
Not
if you're a man or a woman, respect each other. And we
easy.
don't
exactly.
have to talk about toxic masculinity and the feminine energy. And we don't have to talk about that. We could just chill out, listen to each other, respect each other. There you go. Problem solved. Shit, people make things difficult. It
I
ain't
agree.
gotta be
I
that
agree.
difficult. It ain't
Because
never gotta be that difficult.
I tend to wonder. It's the same thing with the race issue. A lot of times, I don't
Mm.
necessarily think that so much of in my opinion, so much of the problems of racism are absolutely rooted in um, the commodification of life in general.
Right.
Other people might say just capitalism, but just the commodification of life in general. This is kind of the root of our problem for the most part here. You bought and sold my ancestors. This is
Right.
a concern for me.
Right.
Mhm.
As well as labor and how we treat poor people and how we treat, everybody. The commodification is kind of the root of, a lot of that. And I feel the same way with a lot of times with the male female thing, like, kind of this need to own women, or this need to kind of put women in a particular space, or to have your masculinity defined by how many women you've been with and how attractive you are. And a lot of it, especially on social media, I just feel a lot. Most of the problem is rooted in something that's not, even what we're actually looking at. You're upset because some woman didn't
Rejected.
give you you got rejected, and now all of a sudden you want to pontificate at some extremely academic level.
Right.
When you just upset, dog, you in your feelings, and you logged on in your feelings, and any woman represents the woman that just turned you down. And same
Right.
thing, for anybody.
Well, I think when Black women rejects anyone, it stings worse because we're supposed to be the bottom of the dating pool, and so if I'm the last resort, uh, and then I reject you, then somebody.
Then life has rejected you.
Right, because we're the bottom of the dating pool, and
Is
so
is that like a real, like dude, like I don't, like, what does that look like in reality? What does bottom of the dating pool look like in
we are not
reality?
Black
Like,
women are not the standard of beauty, right?
Mm.
Our melanin is not, our facial features are not.
Our
Um,
standards shouldn't be
but
that.
but is that real though?
is it real?
Are black, like, yeah, like aren't thick lips sexy
Yeah, but not
The
on
in
us.
in this culture?
Okay,
But
so
it's
I'll
sexy,
say
but not
Aren't
on
black
us.
women features sexy in this culture
on
though?
other
Yes.
people, yes, on other
Okay,
other.
but so yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Far be it for me to ever go on record and say black women are held to a particular standard of beauty in the United States of America or any Western culture, but I do feel like in reality, I think all men lust after black women. I think all men like the
Almost
features. I think
definitely.
all men actually. I think all men really really want a black woman. I think that I really do. Um,
okay,
but I do feel like the politics and the nature of the game, I feel like it's more of a psychological thing than anything, and probably a proximity thing. And I think a lot of
right.
black men have. I think a lot of black men have bought into it. To the detriment of black wealth.
Right. Well, like for example, Dr. Dre, the
Dr.
black,
Dre, Kanye, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, you
But
then
Dre is
all the
somebody we
money that
definitely
he
don't
gets
want.
up from the black community, it goes elsewhere. Kobe, you
Kobe,
know,
Kobe. Rest in
it
peace, but
I know. I agree. Rest in peace. But there's a lot of
Once the money is outside of the black, it's once it goes from the black hands to the white hands, it's outside the community. And every time we get married, it's just a reality. And I don't want to police anybody's love life, anything like that. But the reality is, if you get wealthy and successful, whatever you have passed on to your wife. And if your wife is white, well, that money just went from black hands to white hands. It's just that simple.
Exactly.
There's no, like I say, I don't want to police anybody's love life, but this is the math.
But even now, Kobe's mother-in-law is fighting to get money paid to her for the rest of her life. She feels entitled to her son-in-law's money.
There's
Well, that's
funny
some other
thing
shit.
I
That's
ever
some.
heard.
That's yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But
I
don't
heard
know
it though.
too many black mother-in-laws who get to say, I'm entitled to.
I want that money. It's my, even though that's not even like my blood.
Right.
Like you had absolutely nothing to do with it. Yeah. Other than give birth to the daughter. Yeah, I think that's interesting. How is is there a precedent on that? Is that has that ever happened before? As a mother-in-law got some money because is that a?
I guess she's claiming that Kobe made a verbal contract with her, stating that he will take care of her the rest of
Kobe one day made a promise.
Well, he probably was like, oh man, I feel like my mother-in-law is so involved. She helps so much. She cares about her grandchildren. And she was claiming that she was a personal assistant and like a nanny. And Kobe's wife was like, no, you watch your grandchildren just like any other grandparent watches for a few hours a day or less than that. So yeah, don't go there. And,
Crazy.
So but I found that interesting. I was like, wow,
I think it says more about the relationship between the mother and the daughter. Like I find that interesting. Like why are you? Well, I'm not quite sure. Like, does she sue? Is she suing the estate? She's suing the daughter. Like, how does that work?
The estate. She's suing the estate. And she
Isn't
said
that the daughter? Though?
There was a verbal contract between her and Kobe that Kobe said he probably would take care of her for the rest of her life. And so, that'll be interesting to see. And even Dr. Dre, Tiger Woods, for example, he's Calablinasian, self-proclaimed, but he went from, 700 million to half of that from a nanny. And she was a nanny, not to disrespect their union, because I know in marriages, spouses who have spouses with money and power and help them attain that power by entertaining their guests, by making sure their schedule is straight.
There's labor involved, right?
There is, it's indeed a partnership. If say Kobe wanted to entertain some sponsors last minute and said, hey, sweetie, I got, the CEO of Nike with me. Can you make sure that the stuff is handled at home so we can prepare to entertain them so we can get to this money? I'm sure, I don't want to discount that. When you're talking about spouses and that amount of money, it's still a partnership, no matter.
I agree.
Which way? So I'm not saying I don't think she deserves.
There's no price tag you can put on a pregnancy.
Right. But child support. There's still child support.
And I mean, but that's one thing though. Like the child taking care of, that's one thing. But there's a part of the partnership is the man can't make the another human being. I've just helped you reproduce yourself, and I damn near died doing it. We hate to commodify that act, but the reality is, if it's about money, my nigga, if it's about money, then that is a part of the discussion. This is literally labor, right? This is a form of labor if we're going to, have these discussions.
You're right. You're
It
right.
is, it is a total partnership. And I do think that we have
Mhm.
some really, especially in the West, there are some very complicated, ways of looking at that. But the reality is women do a lot in these relationships and they go unacknowledged.
Right. And even so like I was comparing when I was I'm a single mom, but when I was working and had my children in daycare versus me being home all the time and taking care of my children and working and doing all that stuff, it's much harder to stay home and keep the home
Right.
organized and running well-oiled machine than to be the person working and then just putting the kids to bed
Right.
at night,
Right.
waking them up, taking them
Right.
back to daycare. Like when you work and you're going outside of the home, you definitely have a built-in social life. You
Right.
definitely have more human interactions, more time to yourself. You get at least 15 minutes per 6 hours or an hour per 8 hours to
And I'm
yourself.
telling you, yeah, especially your commute and things of that nature. Right.
Right,
Right. Right.
right. So,
I agree.
so I, even then I'm like, oh wow, like I don't even think like how many people take for granted the homemakers, whether it be the father or the mother. Um, you're a 24-hour duty, no
You
breaks.
are.
Mhm.
So,
Especially if they young, especially if they babies and they, you got the poop duty and
right,
yeah,
oh,
man, yeah.
yeah.
And they
So
be
yeah,
on you. They be serious too. They be serious about their attention, man. Yeah.
right, exactly. Like just now, she I have her kind of spoiled, so she's used to sleeping with me. So she waited until I put her to sleep, and then put her down. So
I
uh,
understand. I understand.
so it's never done. Mother's work is or parents' work is never done. So
It's never
yeah,
done.
definitely
Thank you.
all the household duties involved in running a household is a definite partnership, whether you're providing
It
or whether
is.
Mm.
you're organizing. So,
Oh
so
yes.
I don't say she doesn't deserve the money, but man, that's a payoff.
Uh,
That's one hell of a
I
partnership.
just I don't have a problem with the wife getting the money or whatever. I just think it's weird when the mother starts dictating. Like I think that's some weird. Like I'm not sure about that part. Like I don't
All
Right,
I
she
don't know
had to
what.
do was have a good relationship with the daughter. You know,
right,
that's all you
Obviously,
gotta
obviously, something ain't right.
do. There
right,
you go.
right,
Something
Something
ain't
ain't
right.
right.
right, right. Something's not right at all. So, and her daughter's a widow right now. Why would you be suing her? That's crazy to me too. She's a widow and she lost a child. That's double, man. Can't imagine.
Exactly.
Um, but
But a
yeah,
lot, but
so
I feel like a lot of these marriages that end in that well, I mean, even if they don't, even if you hate to look at Kobe's demise in that kind of way because it's really tragic or whatnot. But uh, when these men die, even like what Rich, I don't know how much money Richard Pryor had when he died, but even that's not like even that's not like going into to a black family or whatever.
his the daughter he had from the last wife, she said she identifies more with her Jewish side than her black side, and she looks clearly like more black as a biracial
Okay.
child. So I thought that was interesting. Uh,
That's one thing I thought about. Even though I think the reason why Obama got with Michelle is probably really, really nefarious. Like this is really ugly, dog. This is some dirty shit. But that is he was with a black woman, and
right.
it was great optics. Always great. Washington D.C. always has great optics, though. That
Right.
you can really get a great photo. For history there. But yeah, I thought that was cool. But ain't no telling where the daughters are going next, and I guess that's my concern because
I mean, when I saw
where
this,
where do where do they meet? Yeah, like I mean, they at least one of them is
Hopefully.
So ain't her wild oats.
Yeah, the youngest is she seems like, you know, down to earth sister, but the oldest one, I saw her at that concert smoking a cigarette, and I was like, oh, that's not. She with a certain crowd that don't look like you or me. She was with a whole lot of people. She was enjoying herself. Ugh.
So I do feel like I do wonder how that. But I mean, at the same time, I don't want to, you know. I'm cautious about, you know, pocket watching the rich as well, but I do think that, you know, in order for any of this money to kind of, you know, circulate in some kind of way, you know, these unions that we have typically is how it gets passed. This is how wealth is established.
But like I would say the last 50 years, union busting has been the norm, as far as the bills, as far as you know, our government, they don't even do monopoly busting anymore.
Right. Especially of tech companies. I thought this new thing where they were I'm gonna be a little bit fuzzy with the language, but them looking into like I think it was Amazon or Facebook looking into breaking up the Instagram for Facebook and maybe even WhatsApp or whatever. I thought that was interesting. I'm not quite sure, you know, Mark Zuckerberg got an army of lawyers, so it's going to be a war, right? And he's a pretty smart guy. But I thought that was interesting. I think they also maybe even Amazon, they were looking into splitting up Amazon. So, but I don't know what it's going to be after after Bloomberg's money, you know, gets involved in the Biden camp, in the Biden presidency now, the Biden presidency.
Right.
And I, you know, I see that Yang, another, you know, Asian tech guy, has been, you know, discussing New York mayoral runs, and I just question, you know, what's going to happen. Are you guys going to actually break these companies up, or you know, it's just going to be more of the same? And are the people who are complaining about Silicon Valley tech money, are they lying? You know, you know, or is this real? You know, how much influence does, you know, trillions? You know, Jeff Bezos got a lot of money, man.
A lot.
You know, he's stacking. You know, his wife got a lot of money. He still got a lot of money.
Right.
He probably can handle a few more divorces. You know, so I do, you know. So I do question what that power can do. You know, when you got that kind of money and, you know, you pretty much can buy anybody in DC, you know, I would.
Right. And so that brings me back to a point. Can we circle this around? Black people, we got to start putting our money where our mouth is, right? And so a lot of times in local politics, we don't fund our local politicians. And so we're like, you're accountable to us, but you didn't donate a thing to their campaign. And if you were the one funding their campaigns, they would be likely to be more, you know, able to do for you. But, you know,
how much capital though? Like how much? Like even at the local level, like I like old bull. I don't dislike whatchamacallit, new mayor of Baltimore. I'm gonna say I don't dislike him yet. But I do realize that it wasn't, you know, a lot of a lot of that money ain't necessarily just black money. You know what I'm saying? And a lot at the local level, a lot of these, you know, politicians, you know, young black people, they're going to have to step outside the black community because the black community simply doesn't have that kind of money. Even at, you know, I did a campaign. I'll name drop another day, but I have worked on like really local campaigns before, and that shit is not cheap.
No, it's
It's
not.
not. It's not cheap to, and I mean that, like the lower levels, the community, the community,
Yeah,
like local branches. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like we still talking about. You still got to spend, upwards to $50,000 just to,
ab-
the billboards and all of that. It's
right.
not free.
No,
Nobody's giving you this stuff.
right.
Yeah, So the mayoral bid, that's not, especially in Baltimore is still a major city. It's very big, one of the bigger cities. I would imagine Chicago even bigger. Like in Chicago, that's a real
That's
political machine there.
that's millions into a campaign.
Yeah, for a mayor of Chicago, hell yeah. And so
Yeah.
black people don't have that kind of money just laying around. I thought some black people, not all, not
We
all.
do have it. We have it.
I do wonder. I'm listening, Queen Tovon. I see.
I think we do. We do. But it's been spent on the wrong things.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going elsewhere.
Right.
Because I have a big issue with
Put your money
this.
where your mouth
The
is.
churches, every single church
I
that's in a
agree.
black neighborhood,
Whew.
every single
It's a
last
matter
one
of
of
them
them,
coming together too, though, and I feel like it's
they know
also.
they need to come together. They not ignorant. They know they do. They're not ignorant. They are
Yeah,
not.
I would
I
imagine.
hold them
Especially Chicago churches.
accountable.
They got money.
What
Right.
is his name?
And I'm talking
Pastor
about even
Flager.
the Nation of Islam, like everybody up in Chicago, like y'all been around for a little minute, y'all stacking, y'all got some Bentleys at the whatchamacallit parade, and yeah, y'all got
They meet on 79th. They meet on 79th. They be having their bow tie and their suit on.
of course.
Right.
And that building is well secured when they're there.
I know it is.
And I'm so serious. As black people, we need
I
to
don't deny it.
start holding these damn church, mosque, whatever, holding them accountable
Yeah.
for sucking money out of the neighborhood and going to buy yourself a nice little Cadillac.
Right. Right.
No, we need to stop doing that. Like that is, to me, that is the thing that irritates me.
Yeah, there's a lot there. There's a lot of legit money. Like we always go straight. Like that's one of the problems I have with a lot of these conversations. We go straight to the hoods, and it's like there's a lot of black people in the United States of America. Everybody ain't selling dope, man. Everybody ain't hanging out on the corners, man. It's a lot of people who got retirement money, pension check money. Old '80s pension check money, and
Railroad money.
Let me
and
tell you, my
Right.
family
yeah,
had it. And my great grandmother had a building. And because people are ignorant and money hungry, they forced her into selling her own family because they wanted the money.
Right.
right, right.
They could care less about building wealth and equity and investing in real estate. They wanted the money.
Right.
Investing in general.
And
That's
to
that's,
use for
that's
what?
typical. That's typical.
And that's the thing that's going on here in Chicago. The money is being used for other things, materialistic things. And
Consumption.
we need to just start holding people accountable because I'm so tired of every church taking taken away from the
That's what's
community.
up. That's what's up.
Taken and taken and taken, and it's ridiculous. And I'm glad, I'm gonna say this, I'm glad they called Father Slager, whatever his damn name is. I'm glad they called his ass. Every time I seen this man, I just felt like something was off about him. And everybody, he did so much for the neighborhood. The neighborhood need him. No, they don't. No, they don't. This man have a shit ton of money somewhere. His family's okay. His family's great.
Right.
They're doing well. They have generational wealth within their family.
Right.
But what did he do for this community besides march? and take your fucking money. What did he do?
Give you hope. Hope.
Shit.
Right. And so, this, but essentially what I was trying to say was we could definitely fund more things that benefit us. I think, but a lot of times when we do fund politicians, like we funded Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition push. Um, and what did that get us? So, um, it's tough because we we're
Jesse, but that's the problem with the Democratic Party, though. Like Jesse had a lot of internal problems. But most black politicians and most black Democrats had issues with the white Democratic establishment at that time.
Right.
From the establishment of the black congressional Congress, with even it's kind of more radical days. The Black Bill of Rights and the Black Constitution. Those are really kind of radical ideas for
Right.
those kind of people. You know what I mean? That was kind of a interesting move. Them boycotting, voting for a Democratic primary. These are very radical kind of moves for that particular kind of group. And then moving into kind of the moving into the 80s, like Jesse had, still had kind of internal disputes with those, and then whatever we might think about Jesse's like involvement with the assassination of King or anything like that. Like, I don't know. I wasn't there. Like, I don't know, but I know that conversation is in the black space. I don't want to pretend like I don't know that it exists. But just speaking towards that, I do feel like it brings up a greater point about like the Democratic Party. Like even if we do get behind people, like we need to we have to make some moves towards a more, everything that black people do has to be towards a more independent an independent mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, and by that I mean independent political party. If black people, for those black people who have to play this particular game, then I think you need your own party, man, or you need something close to it. You need to be, if it has to be a green party, you need to, black people need to be
on one accord.
75. I would say like 75% of the decision making party, body of that party. If it's whatever it is you get behind, you need to be in the decision making apparatus, or whatever money you give, whatever support you give is going to be all for naught, because that candidate still has to contend with those in his party.
Right.
You're not just pushing a mayor against the other side. You're pushing them against everybody on the ticket first.
On the ticket.
That's
right.
how it works at the local level. All the candidates on the Democratic, but that's at least how I saw it in Baltimore when I was in St. Louis. Every candidate on the Democratic mayoral ticket, they go to meetings and they have rallies against one another and all of that kind of stuff. And they have they got to outspin one another, and then they compete against the Republicans. So we have to think along those lines as too.
Right. And
maybe there might be a shortcut. Maybe there's some short. I think people got to think like that. Like, what are the shortcuts? And they're like, you need a really just independent minded political minds, independently politically thinking minds, or some shit like that.
Well, and then you've got to have a balance of independence and being able to have development, right? Because if you want your city or town to thrive, you still need jobs. You
Right,
still
right, 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 right,
viable real estate. And so a lot of the times when I see like major cities with a black community, when they seem run down, it's because your city council is not being pushing for development. They're complacent. They're not
Mm-hmm.
pushing. All of a sudden, when they talk about gentrification, all these companies come and say, "Hey, we heard
right.
you are redeveloping, um, and this is what we can do. If you give us these tax cuts, we can create these jobs. We can do a contract within the city with these construction companies from the city. All of these things to stimulate the economy. If you aren't involved in local politics, that answers the question. If you're not involved in some of that decision making for the local politics, then
and
cities die.
and a way to hold people foot to the fire,
Right,
because the problem that I saw in Baltimore was that even when they were pushing like these black mayors, and Baltimore's had a ton of black mayors, you know what I'm saying? Like even when
right,
they were pushing them in, like the mayor was making some like, just decisions. I just felt like it was like, just obvious. This is an obviously bad decision. Like, these aren't, and it's not like, it's like that's just not a good decision right there. That's not good decision making. Why would you allow, like you're saying, these companies come into the cities, provide these jobs or promise these jobs? It's like once they get in, man, they got to stay. Like you can't,
right,
not now you've it's almost, it's all probably almost worse, you never been employed. Now you got a bunch. You go from a bunch of people who just don't have any jobs to a situation where now these people have kind of been fired. You've
right,
taken away whatever it was that they have now been spending money on. They got to find a way to fulfill that void. Them bills still got to get paid. And the bills don't ever stop. Just because the
right,
job did. And so I
right,
felt like, even when black people are in a situation where Baltimore can pop a black mayor up anytime they want to. The
right,
problem is, what kind of decisions are they gonna make, and how is y'all gonna make sure that they make the decisions that you want them to?
right, right.
And I
Exactly.
have absolutely no, I don't know, other than rioting or some shit. But I do think that these are things that are necessary. You have to be able you have to be able to hold people accountable for whatever it is, and I think you do need better means of public redress beyond just when somebody gets shot. It got to be like that. Got to be an
Right.
all the time thing, especially I
Well,
think.
the reactionary thing. That
Except right.
right. Well, then it's tough not to be reactionary when
I'm not
all
knocking it. I'm not knocking it. I just feel like it can't. If all we are is like this spectacle, like what, that's not cool. Like
right,
if all I am is a collection of my pains, then fuck life. And I hate to be like that, but for real, like if black people are just going to be a collection of our pains, man, this isn't going to be fun. This isn't going to be interesting. Like
right,
we have to be more than just the people who got killed. We also got to be something else, man. Like whatever it is, even if it's fun. It can't
right.
just be. It can't just be that.
Our,
I get it. I get it. Somebody gets killed. We probably should go address it. But we also should be addressing. Hey, let's get more jobs. Let's build more centers for people to get off this, for the children to go and learn different talents. And let's
Therapy.
build. Let's spend not just more money, but better money on spend the money in a better way is what I mean, in the public schools. And let's clean the fucking streets. My God, why do the streets look like this?
right,
Let's talk about all the stuff. Let's show up for all the meetings or whatever.
Right.
And especially in the era of COVID, when hey, look, just give me a link. I ain't even got to, I got to take a day off work. I ain't got to, I ain't got to talk, nobody into watching my child. Just pop the link up and we can do this. I thought that was a brilliant thing that J. Cole said in one of the raps about, why in the era of the internet do I have to go to this box and vote? And, I do feel like, we should actually have. Why is it the only time we have town hall meetings, is, when there is, and I mean digitally, when there is like these, these national elections that typically don't, that don't always trickle down to something for all of us.
Right.
The local levels, we should be having, a conversation just like this.
Right.
Definitely.
Right. And Queen Tovon, when you were talking about the amount of money the residents of Chicago have, that's a high cost of living to live in Chicago.
Oh, it is definitely. Oh, yes, trust me, I know. I'm on the north. I'm on the north side. I definitely. Whew, yes, I know. Especially when every single job that you have now is just 4 hours, and they're
Right.
paying you what, 13 an hour to 15 an hour. You're not making any money here in Chicago, so you gotta do something. You gotta have multiple jobs. It's just the city done, you know,
Right.
closed pretty much almost everything. It's been extremely difficult here for, people that are not essential workers. So it's really it's hell of expensive, but people here in Chicago, they hustle.
Right.
And when I say they hustle. 79th Red Line stop. They be selling Jesus socks and CDs.
Hey.
Like any way you get it, I ain't knock you, just as long as
Right.
you get it. But there's money here within the city. It's just how do you get to it? And there's
Right.
also resources when it comes to, getting financial literacy. Literacy. It's just like, how do you get to it? We have multiple classes and programs going on to help people buy their first homes, invest in all these things. It's just that the matter of how do we get our hands on this when it's not advertised the way that it should be, you
Like the
know?
grants and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So it's
Right.
just the money's here. Like, especially like these places will never stop making money in Chicago. Morgues, church, and fucking liquor stores, especially within black neighborhoods.
Especially the
Those
liquor
three,
stores.
yeah, those three businesses in black neighborhoods.
I mean,
That
liquor
shit is,
stores mark up the price.
Religion itself is never going to go out of business.
oh,
Like it's
never,
just,
never. But
But
like I
you know that
said,
there's networking in the churches, right?
say that again.
There's a lot of networking going on within the churches,
uh,
and
And
that's
that
why a
and
lot
that's
of people who may
and
not
that's
even
my
necessarily,
thing.
yeah,
It's networking within a church. The church needs to start bringing those resources outside of the church and to help each other.
right,
We need to help each other. We cannot just keep withholding information from each other because we're afraid that one nigga will get one up, you know? And that's the mentality in Chicago. We withhold information from each other. They do it in the music industry here in Chicago. It's just the mentality of
how do you do
Chicago.
away with competition though? Like that's the only concern that I have. Like
My
like
thing
I
is,
absolutely understand what you're saying. And I think my experience in most communities.
it's the competition.
From artistic communities to church communities. There's always politics. There's always this need to kind of maintain whatever leverage one has developed in whatever community they find themselves in. I'm not always sure I see that, it's difficult for me to say, should a person, relinquish or sacrifice whatever position they built for themselves, you know, uh, you know, it's a
The
difficult.
the
I
thing
wouldn't.
is, we need to share the wealth. We need to share the information. We all could fucking win. We
Yeah,
all
Okay.
could. If the
okay.
Jewish community can do it, we can fucking do it. If the Asian community can do it, they can have Chinatown have every single fucking restaurant and their families working in those restaurants and they making money and they putting it back into the neighborhood and it's recycling around. We can do the same. We look at each other as competition. We don't want that other nigga to have the upper hand on us. We don't want that. We need to develop the mentality that we can all win. I can help you up. I don't
I
want to
would.
pull you down.
Right. I would love. Okay, so to explore into that a little bit more, um, the nature of capitalism is competition, and so um, I know that we should share. That is a socialist, communist, egalitarian, mentality. But
See, that's the mentality of people that already have a little bit of something. Black people have a little bit of nothing. So we
right.
can't play that game yet. You know,
I
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like you're what, said it again. So like we can't play that game. What game is that we can't play?
let's
We
say like how white people do it. We don't have the finance to do that type of things yet. We understand the competition and you want to have the one up. Yes, we get that, but we can't compete with each other right now. That's not the great thing to do is compete with each other.
right.
The
But
best thing to do is to spread knowledge, uplift, and just kind of keep building on that. And then maybe down the line we could get at this point where we could compete with each other.
but you know when I in particular have met up with mentors, a lot of them say, well, what are you willing to sacrifice for the information I have to give? Because when you have something that is valuable free,
Hmm.
a lot of times people don't have the best of intentions, or they don't make it worth that mentor's while to see that investment of time and energy grow. And so I'm not saying necessarily that we have to pay people for all of that. I'm saying I think a lot of us are immature when it comes to like business and things like that. And so we might feel entitled to things. And other people are like, well, it took me 3 years to figure out this part of this. What are you willing to, uh, give in exchange?
especially in a space, and I understand what you're saying, Tovin, and I respect it, but in a space that is already extremely competitive, it's very difficult to break that particular mold. And at least to the people that I think, the type of people that I think that you would have in mind, and that in um if I'm
But look at it this way: can we, let's say we do compete, can we just at the end of it, when the competition is over and done with, can we say that was a good challenge, good game, you had a good run, and just
Okay,
be at peace with each other, or do we have to keep it going? Because
that might be
sometimes
that's better.
I don't
I
agree.
mean, I
we
agree with
push
that.
it a little bit too far. We go a
Right.
little bit too far. It's how did because you mentioned J. Cole and how he mentioned in his his music that money don't make you real and um I love you little niggas, I'm glad that you came. I hope money won't erase the pain. And and about us learning from each other and pulling each other up was
Right.
basically his message. Like he had a competition with every rapper that he talked about on that song, but then he stopped it with that, and it was just like that was a good a good little game that we played. But here, I'm gonna give you some knowledge.
Right.
So that's the thing with us. We don't be like, here, let me give you this knowledge. Now that we done competing with each other, let me give you this knowledge. Let me
Right.
give you something you can build off of. You know, Sometimes we just push it a
No,
little bit too far.
I don't mind it. Like I don't like I don't want I am attempting to build something that is for an independent idea, at least the most independent Black idea possible, right? And
Right.
and yeah, I'm with it. Like I'm with it. I'm only with it to a certain degree though, and I'm not going. I've been bitten too many times in life.
I feel
Right.
I've
a
stuck
lot.
my hand out too
I
many
feel a
hands. And,
lot.
yeah, like okay, we're not doing
Right.
that too many more. I can't handle that. I got
Right.
I got other people who depend on me. But if somebody is willing to play along the right rules, I'm willing to assist. Like but I
Right.
do
That's
think that
that's
there
that's all
is.
I'm saying. I think you and Al's Asylum it gets what I'm trying to express about
Hmm.
you're asking someone to mentor people what took them decades to learn for themselves and
Hmm.
essentially give that person exponential growth without
Kind of earning it, kind of
yeah,
developing some type of something
I
that
think
lets me know that when I can't wipe my own ass, you're going to help me do that. If I give
right,
you this, I'm going to need not because I'm being greedy or because I just need you to pay it, but I need some certainties because life is going to go a certain life is guaranteed to go a certain pattern for me.
hmm
right,
I need you to be able to play the position that I'm gonna need. If I give you this, I need you to play the right position.
right.
And
yeah.
I do feel like and so I don't knock I don't knock what you're saying. I just understand why. I understand why a person don't give everybody every name in their contact list. You know what I'm saying?
Of
I
course,
understand why.
we would love for it to be everybody. We would love for it to be every Black person, but realistically, it's not going to be every Black person. But there are Black people that are going, young boys that are, and girls that are going down the wrong road
I
and that
agree.
do need just for someone to say something positive. It don't have to be it could be valuable words to them.
Okay.
It don't have to be necessarily taking out money from your pocket and investing it in them. You know, Sometimes it like really can we invest love a little bit? A little bit of love, a little
I
bit of
dig that. I dig
positivity,
that.
Right.
time.
To the degree that they're
Yeah.
able to receive the love, because
Yes.
a
Yes.
lot of people out here are so hurt that love
Mm.
even looks like a snake or a gun or something that might hurt
Ooh.
them.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Definitely.
That is true.
But that's what we need to address is mental health, because a lot of times the motivation's not there because it's really just depression. It's really just
I agree with that.
trauma on top of trauma that you know hasn't been addressed. And so
Hmm.
a lot of these things, when we talk about motivation, when we talk about mentorship, there's like steps that need to be taken for us to heal from the wounds of society. And
Right.
so like I feel like I can't reach every single Black person, um,
Hmm.
and you know because their mental health is not there, or they're not ready to receive it at that point in time. And
Hmm.
so, um, you know, in
And
dealing
I
with
and I and I do I agree, and I also think you have to be mindful of all the all the we talk about religion, but we also have to be careful because even politics has kind of become a religion in a way. The black pro black whatever language I need to get y'all to understand what I'm talking about. Even that's kind of become a religion in a way, and I think there's a dearth. On one side, there's a dearth of trust in that, and then on the other side, there's just you're expecting someone to provide you something that probably no one could.
Right.
And I think that you got to be mindful of that as well. You don't not only have people been hurt by society, white society, or whatever, but we've been hurt by
each other.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, right,
Right. And that comes with I noticed a lot of times when I deal with other melanated people, um, it's like little things that could trigger like a complete like I don't vibe with you, I don't fuck with you.
right. It don't take much.
Yeah.
Girl.
And so I'm definitely working on that, but it's like I know I'm not the only one that's experiencing that or experiences that. Like you could with anybody else that's like not black, you might be able to tolerate some more stuff because you're kind of you know you know used to it, expected, whatever, what have you.
Right.
But then it could be something small, and then you know black unity's out the window. So I noticed that a lot with all of us, a lot of us, I mean, and
Mhm.
we
And
definitely
I
got
think
to.
it's across the class line. Like I've seen trauma in a lot of interesting ways, not just I like once again. I think a lot of times we go straight to like the poor community, and I think sometimes you have to accept that this didn't just impact one group of black people. It impacts all of us, and I've seen even people that are kind of like well to do have these really interesting psychological hangups
Right.
that have to be navigated in a way.
Oh, definitely. I think on in the black community on all levels, like there's this glass ceiling. You just feel like you bump
Right,
your head on,
right.
and that next level is just something really
Ugly.
tough to break through. Right.
Uh,
Right. It's like all levels. Kanye complains about it constantly. Like I can't become a billionaire. They're not letting me in these certain rooms. And it's like, a lot of other people would look at him crazy like, dog, you married to Kim Kardashian, dog, you
yeah,
got
but that's the son that he's aiming for. He's aiming, he's a little closer to the sun than we are, but he's still trying to get somewhere, and he's letting nigga, it's all the way up to the top. Uh,
right. Right. I get that.
like I don't want to take away like in my criticism of people. I want to be careful that I allow a person, especially black people, whatever space you in, that's you being black in that space.
Right.
I think I just like to have the math on the table, especially with somebody like Kanye West, because it's a lot of numbers to count.
Right. There's nothing I know that I feel like he makes valid points about ownership and being allowed in certain rooms and not being taken seriously as if, as other, his white counterparts. And so
Mhm.
I completely get that. Um,
Can I ask a question? What do you think is the fair black entitlement? What do you feel like? What does Jay owe us? What does Kanye owe us? Even Barack? Like, what does Barack Obama owe us? And who gets to be a us? Like, how much money when is the line? What's the line? The financial line where you can be entitled and you can make demands on other black people's money, and then where does the line become where, oh no, you got too much money, you need to worry about yourself?
There are
And
people who
oh
are
no.
depending on Black culture for their means of gains, and I think
Okay.
you should give back for that. You know,
Okay.
when
Okay.
when you look at these
Especially if you
gangster,
influencing people kids.
right, and when you look at these gangster movies, like there's Italian families getting paid off of that. You know, there's Irish people getting paid off of these movies because you're talking about their story. You're using real names. You're using their likenesses.
Right.
You know, they're getting a piece. You don't. There's certain things like if you're talking Jay-Z's career, 20 years of talking about crack, um, and so
Jesus
and
Christ.
and like in more ways than one you're exploiting our community, like I think, and you've been woke for like the last 4 years, like I think there's a lot owed. How much you damaged the community with what you did, and then you ate off of that, I think you owe. that's just that's just me personally, what
And you
I
feel
think.
like every black person is
No,
entitled to
eat off of Black culture, you should spread it across the table. That's all I'm saying. Like
feed it
Beyonce,
back.
Beyonce, that Coachella performance, I've never heard of her donating to HBCU, but here she did. She took HBCU culture, unlike Spike Lee, who made School Days. He went to Morehouse. You know,
Right.
he donates to HBCUs. So I wouldn't mind someone like Spike Lee benefiting off of that.
And in a lot of ways, that's his story.
Right. That is his story.
That is his
Yeah.
story. Right. That is his story.
Right.
Right.
Right. That is his story. But Beyonce, that's not her story.
Did not. She didn't go. Did she graduate from high school? Beyonce
Yeah, I think so. I
definitely
so.
didn't graduate from an HBCU though.
No, definitely didn't. And I don't know of her donating to one. Is what I'm saying. You're taking from our culture because HBCUs are known for those bands. They're known for, dun, 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 and all of that. You incorporate it into Coachella, it goes viral. Now, what are you going to get back to the community for that? Because that certainly wasn't something you came up
Do
with.
you feel like she owes the entire black community for that though? Like what
I do believe she should donate to an HBCU. If you're going to take from our culture like that, I think you should give back to that culture. And I've heard Africans complain about Black is King, feeling like
really?
I've heard it's a whole.
What's the complaint?
The complaint is that she is exploiting African Afro beats and African music. And I was like, well, she's exposing them. She had a lot of African artists on there, from what I saw. But they didn't appreciate it because, it's all to your songs. You're basically taking their creativity, putting it to your songs, and your songs had nothing to do with Lion King, Black is King. One of them was a club song.
I
with
think
Jay-Z.
with that, Beyonce, I hate to act like I'm part of the Beehive, but Beyonce did have a lot of help from African artists on that.
I said
That
that.
is, oh, you said that.
I said that.
Like my critique, and I'm interested in actually hearing some Africans talk about that. I'm actually interested in that because I have not. But like my critique is the same critique I had about like the Wakanda, the Disneyifying of Africa. I have a really big problem with that, especially given Disney's history with black people in the United States of America.
Right.
No, like Mickey Mouse was used as a blackface. Like literally, the whole character is blackface. And he was even in they you can YouTube the Mickey Mouse Uncle Tom's Cabin and get cooned out with him. So I have a concern about Disney being able to get into this particular space of Pan-Africanism and black people being cool with that from Wakanda all the way to Black is King.
Right.
And that was my biggest concern about it. Like I just felt like, and I'm like, but at the same time, I'm interested in this discussion because I do feel like my thinking is more about one media represent media is where I got the media and coding and computer programming is where is my expertise. It's where I got the the paperwork, what the white people say I'm a really good guy in. But also my mind is a lot more political and my thoughts lean towards organizing how I believe the state should be organized and I do lean anarchist, but I do understand kind of this socialist economic idea. I just want it to sound blacker, and I feel like we're not when I hear black people say the same thing. White people say, Jeff Bezos should get, and it's like, but what about Jay-Z? Like, what about Oprah? Or are we going to go once we get this money from Jeff, or are we going to go get, are we going to get Auntie Oprah's money? Are we going to get Uncle Jay's money? Are we going to find Russell Simmons and get that money from him, and maybe even make him stand trial for some of these cases? Like how do we as black people hold the socialist conversation that I'm hearing us delve into more, at least in this generation, because I know other generations they lived and died died by it but now we are in a different era, and Jay-Z kind of represents a particular conversation. Like, how do especially when black people feel like people like me are supposed to provide you solutions for all the problems in the black community.
Right.
Like I don't have those kind of damn resources.
But at the same time, you don't get to that level by being the most integritous business person.
I don't think so, especially not Jay-Z. I think Jay-Z's story is out there enough. I think even dudes that would, I want to be careful. Like, I don't know Jay-Z, and I don't necessarily know if I even want those problems, but let's just be realistic. I mean, the guy's track record is out there. If all I dealt with, and I'm somebody that really believes highly in the sanctity of the institution of marriage. I just stopped fucking with niggas. People I loved, I just stopped fucking with them because them cheating on their wife. That alone to me says everything I need to know. Your wife felt the need to make an entire album discussing you cheating while she was having a miscarriage. That's a very large red letter on your record to me. As far as, and then you have this really, really public business breakup with the guy who many people probably consider the reason why you were able to do. Now he did not make another Jay-Z because you stole the other Jay-Z that he made.
Right.
And that's on Kanye. I'm not saying that's on Damn. I'm saying that's on Kanye. Kanye chose to leave because of who Kanye is, which says a lot about Kanye. Because Dame absolutely made Kanye.
Definitely.
So I do feel like his track record, and I don't want to just shit on Jay. We're just discussing the rich and how people get there. But yeah, absolutely, there's been a lot of interesting dealings. I don't know all Jay-Z shit, but those two particular points, the Dame Dash conversation and the Beyonce conversation. I just look at that. I think it's real interesting. I judge dudes harshly by how they treat their wives.
There's also Beanie Siegel. He said he felt Jay-Z owed him some money, and Jay-Z said no because you bought outright the trademark for state property, and you got a a Reebok deal, before I did. So you don't get this money because you're already getting money. So that whole aspect of, oh wow, state property is his baby, and you're saying he doesn't get what's owed to him because he's not giving you a piece of that. You're not going to give him a piece of what you guys agreed to. So I thought that was interesting. Emil, she was the Chica what? Chica
About
who?
Emil, yeah, right.
She had a lot of things to say about him as well. I mean, he has a whole track record of people who say, he'll screw you over if you let him. So
Is that just the nature of business? How do we, do you feel like?
I mean, I think.
And do you honestly feel like he owes us some money? Like, I mean, us three. Like, does Jay owe us money? Do you look at this conversation because I think that I just want to map Black entitlement in a proper way, or at least just hear you talk about it.
I
Who
wouldn't
has
say
had
Jay
a family
will.
member affected by the crack epidemic? Raise your hand.
Everybody.
Okay. Yes, we are entitled to some money.
But
but then now you got to look at it from this point too. So
I'm listening.
I feel like the Kardashians owe us some money too for stealing our body parts and our hairstyles,
right,
and claiming all that stuff as their own.
Right.
What about Adele? Should we go get Adele money too?
I'm gonna get her a pass.
You'll give up
for the Bantu knots? Oh no.
Cause it just didn't look good on her. It didn't look good on her. She looked horrible.
She looked atrocious.
She looked horrible.
What should be the relationship to us to the rich though? I mean the Black rich, like because I
redistribution of wealth. I had a couple ideas, but they're very radical. Okay, so we can let's start with the most radical. The most radical idea I had was housing reduction for the rich. And so basically that means the amount of people you have in your immediate household, you can't have more than 2 bedrooms per person. There's some people who have a 32,
wow. Okay.
Room house.
Right.
Hundreds of thousands of square footage, and it's only like 2 or 3 people there, and plus staff.
Y'all just don't want to see each other.
I honestly think that's why they do it. I honestly think that's why, like I don't want to be in everybody's business and shit like that. I feel kind of weird, but like even the situation with like Will and Jada, and I feel like we gossiping, but for real, like I think they actually said that, like they didn't want to see each other. Like you're on your side of the house, screwing whoever you screwing, and I'm on my side of the house. Like literally, like they like this is bracketed, the screwing part. But it was in a conversation about their open relationship. Like they actually have this big ass house, so they can be in different worlds when literally when they're doing their thing. And I'm not here to police nobody, but if we're going to have this conversation, which we're having, I am interested in ideas like that. I think that's an interesting idea. I'm not rich, so I don't know how I would feel about you telling me what I can and can't buy. But a lot of us are limited in what you can't just buy a house. You got to have a certain kind of credit. You got to, in some neighborhoods, you got to get a cosign. Somebody got to know you. So it was these things. This idea isn't. It's not like it's not like we don't do things like this all the damn time.
Right.
There are a lot of regulations on shit that you can buy. The age of drinking, the age of purchasing cigarettes. Like there's a lot of, even buying a car. You know what I'm saying? Your insurance goes up based on. I think I've heard that I've heard the car dealership sold me or something else, but whatever. He's probably lying. But I believe that your car, there are some certain car colors that can influence, your insurance policy. Whoever owns your insurance policy, if they want to raise your rates or whatnot. Definitely the neighborhood you live in, so I can dig that. I think that, yeah, based upon how many people it is, why you got all these damn rooms in your house, man? Why don't you, let some of these homeless people stay with you?
Right. Or, yeah, exactly. And so I also had an idea.
Or house more family.
Oh, I was saying another idea I had was neighborhood swapping or house swapping. And so my idea was if you forced people every 5 years to rotate neighborhoods,
like from different classes.
From different classes. You could even take an urban person, put them in the Midwest, or not the Midwest, but the heart of America, central part.
The Midwest.
There's so many things you could do with that. And if you had to switch neighborhoods or houses every 5 years, that would make something more a little bit equitable. Like if Bill Gates had to live in because it's only him and his wife now. If he had to live in the projects, I bet you he would fix it up. I bet you, if
the problem comes is if an individual from, what, and I don't want to, because, most, what happens when somebody goes to Bill Gates' house and they ruin it though? Like, doesn't that,
equity.
This is equity. This is the balance.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So, but
I absolutely think these are interesting ideas.
I know. That's why I said I had some radical ideas for redistribution of wealth. And so we could also do whatever company you live in. I think Queen Tovon just left. Whatever company you work for, equal partnership. And I know a lot of small business owners are going to be.
I think that's a good idea. I noticed that a lot of Silicon Valley companies distributed stock, like Facebook. Like Facebook made a lot of people rich because they distributed stock early, as well as Apple. And I think that's a great idea too. I think that's I'm not a fan of the 401k thing, but I get that as well. You know what I'm saying? I just know so many people who cash out early that sometimes I wish that the old style retirement pension plans still kind of existed for some people, because I just feel like people get, I don't know, people reach a certain age and they just want to get their money, you know what I'm saying? And I think that can be, I fear for at least my generation, yeah, yours too. I fear for our waning years, once we become senior citizens or whatnot. I fear for what that's going to look like, because I know so many people that kind of like, I thought I was going to run a business, and you end up just getting a new car.
Right. Or taking equity out of the house.
Taking equity out of a house, man. Refinancing, right?
Oh my gosh, dumbest idea ever.
No, I agree. And yeah. And so I fear for those kind of things. But yeah, I think they're radical, but I think it's important to have those conversations, because I don't think people are even thinking about those kind of things. I think most people, I don't know, man. Like I'm never sure what. I think a lot of people like talking about these ideas because they're interesting and it's intellectually stimulating.
Right.
But I'm not quite sure people really think about like what this would look like in reality and who all it's going to affect in reality. I
Right.
think people talk about it like how people talk about what you were saying about oh boy and the money isn't real. But what else am I gonna do? What do you mean? Are you gonna give me this shit that I need? You gonna pay my bills, nigga, with your magical money? And it might absolutely be true, but that ain't got nothing to do with the practical reality at hand. And I think people aren't on that, especially with the internet.
Definitely. And I'm looking at it from a standpoint of, wow, look at what the 1% is doing. That's what the conversation for me about these type of ideas is about. Is like, wow, they do have an excessive amount of square footage, and
Right.
there's
Per
people
individual.
there's homeless people, and they have like
Okay.
32 rooms in one house. Or Oprah's house is on fire, but she hasn't lived there in 6 months. You know, like how
I even thought about like the situation where like once again, I'm not quite sure where I sit with, telling people how to spend their money or whatnot. I guess I would have to get over that. But I thought I thought Oprah should have been forced. Like, if you're going to open a school in South Africa, like, why couldn't you open the school? Like, I don't care what your excuse is or what you think. I think that's something that should have been forced to happen. Like, no, you can't open a school in South Africa. You have to open a school here. You know what I mean?
Right. And the school in South Africa had some scandals as well.
Right.
Some allegations. So, but still, like, it's
there should be some expectation. I'm not like I think black entitlement is a little bit different than that, but I do think that there should be some expectations. If we hold expectations for young people, which is the military, selective service, we don't have the draft right now, but the draft could be implemented. Let's not it can be voted on and implemented.
Right.
We have I don't want to say force, but we have social pressure on people to join the military. We have pressure. And I do feel like we should have the same thing for those who have these, who have accrued, all of this money. Like you said, there should be some expectation. If you got all these rooms in your house, there should kind of be some kind of expectation. There should be some social shame that you aren't, inviting some people to take advantage of all these rooms, especially like you said, if this is your audience, then there should be, and maybe, especially like some of these rap dudes, like maybe there'll be fewer y'all getting killed, man, if y'all kind of opened yourself up. I don't know, what I'm saying? I'm just thinking out loud here. Right. But I do think that there should be, some kind of circulation here, some kind of redistribution. If this is your audience, this the reason why you eating, man. The people that's feeding you, they probably shouldn't be starving their damn self.
Well, I know this is going to be a little bit of a stretch for correlation, but Chris Rock, he lives in a very opulent neighborhood in New Jersey, and he was, crying on social media one time because he got pulled over 3 times in 1 week or something crazy like that. Right. And it's like, you're a millionaire, dude. How much have you been donating to your local police? Are you that new rich? Right. If you're that rich, you need to be donating to your local police at their little police balls or whatever, and then they won't harass you. Yeah. They harass you because you look like a regular dude, and they don't know if you contribute to them specifically. You pay the people to protect you. You're that rich.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Even the people that aren't celebrities kind of understand that particular bit of inside the underworld and whatnot. Is able to kind of pad everybody pockets. Everybody you got to spread it around.
Right.
You tip your chauffeurs and your waiter. You got to tip. You tip everybody. I have my own thoughts about police spending and overtures and all, but nah, in that particular situation, yeah, if you want them problems off your back, you need to spread their wealth around.
Right. That's what I was saying. I was like, how are they pulling you over, Chris Rock? You should be donating to your local sheriff department every year. Right. Yeah. Duh.
You should have no problems.
You
should actually have no problems.
Like,
and that's not to say race isn't a factor, but there are some games that you probably should be playing, and I don't like. I think I do think that's probably an avoidable problem, like the situations in the black neighborhoods where where these communities are absolutely under siege. These police are entering these neighborhoods as foreign entities for the most part, and they are in these, extremely reinforced vehicles. These are basically small tanks that are coming into these communities, and they've even got places where there are robots and drones, and they're under surveillance with sonar that can tell you where the bullet came from and all of this kind of stuff. So these communities are being policed in a very militarized way. Right. Which leads to so many young people getting killed, because it's so many police and they're over policed. And the police are coming in like foreign invaders, like they see you as a threat, a foreign threat, something to be shot down. Right. With Chris Rock,
Yeah, that's
they probably don't like you because you're rich, nigga.
Right. They mad because they know your last movie, made $5 million in the box office and you ain't gave them a penny.
Not
they
a
know
penny.
that.
Pay to the pot, right?
Come on now. You gotta pay for protection. Whether it's
and I also think it's interesting that they do cry to us. Like I thought that was an interesting thing that your fan base is not only how it's not only how you make your money, but it's also where you get your therapy from and where you get your defense from. And I feel like that a lot with not Chris Rock, the other one, short guy.
What,
is Chris Rock short? Chris Rock not short though, is he?
I don't think he's short.
Kevin Hart. I felt like that with Kevin Hart. I felt like that documentary that he did, where at the end he gives his friends these cards after he's called them all these names and everything. I felt like that was like a plea to the public. You know what I mean?
Right.
Wrapped up in entertaining form, but this is him trying to apologize for his behavior, and so he doesn't have to, and also trying to explain what happened with Oscar Gate, at least for him anyway. Right. And I do feel like a lot of times these celebs do that. They kind of come to the people as a defense, and I think sometimes that there might be like it's difficult for me because I want my money. But I get it. Like, I do understand that, there has to be some kind of relationship established between you and the people, the reason why you're living the way you're living, because at some point you are actually hoarding the value and this kind of lifeblood. If the body, when our bodies hold blood in one area for too long, it begins to hurt. And if left too long, you might got to cut whatever appendage it is off. You know what I'm saying? It has to circulate. No matter what work is being done, no matter what, all the resources in the body have to circulate to every area, and the body gets to determine, who gets what based upon whatever. And I do think that sometimes the society has to be like that. If your whole the money is the currency, the thing that flows and keep the lights on and all of that.
Right.
If you got people that's hoarding it, man, it's you need to hemorrhage. You need to loosen that up. We need to get some of that, and you need to find ways to loosen that money up. And I don't think what do you think about like Bill Gates them giving their money? What do you think about that? Like, is that part of the conversation, or is that just some other shit? Like Bill Gates does a lot of donating. I think there was one billionaire. I think he gave all his money away and
right to charities, right?
To somebody, maybe to his favorite prostitute. I don't know where. Like they say these things, but I'm not quite sure what it.
There's been plenty of like articles and research done, and a lot of these big time charities don't do as much for the community as the small ones.
They're hoarding money as well.
Right. And so, like, am I impressed that you gave it to a charity like Red Cross that pays their executive president 12 million or 2 million a year or something like that?
Right.
For running a nonprofit, and having health insurance that's worth $500,000 per year because you have a family of 5. I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
If this yeah. And that's kind of how I feel about it. Like, like granted, I absolutely don't know. And I try to go off as many reports as I possibly can. But I always just get the feeling like that this isn't, it's just not going to the right people. Right. It just doesn't feel like it's going to the areas in which it needs to go. And I always, especially for Black people, I just feel like we're just hemorrhaging. I just feel like we're hemorrhaging wealth right now. I feel like, we're going to look back and say, maybe we should have stopped them from being with these people, or maybe we should have stopped, but we do play by a particular set of rules in the society. So, it's difficult for us to govern everybody who does benefit from this label of Blackness. Everybody's able to represent Blackness, but nobody's actually able to really govern Blackness.
And if you're
not like that,
push for reparations. If you're not gonna give back, then push for reparations. Like how hard
ain't they all though? Ain't everybody pushing for reparations? Like who's not on the which celebrities are saying they're anti-reparations right now that aren't like, I don't know, that aren't politically anti the conversation, and I that's a hard one.
I thought T.I. agreed with Jane Elliott that
T.I. is interesting.
That it's not a need for reparations; it's a need for education or something like that. And I was like,
I like him and Killer Mike are kind of on my list. Like as Killer Mike stopped saying, is Killer Mike not for reparations anymore? Like after the whole thing, they got out, him and T.I. went out and had that ridiculous
debate.
And not even the debate, just them talking about they went out with the mayor, I believe, after I don't even think they burnt anything down in Atlanta. I think they just was out in the streets, man. Right. And they had the little press conference, and and that's why I say, I want to know what people's actual ideas are about, like the shit that they say they like. If you say you're on the left, there are some traditional principles and objectives that you're supposed to stand for. It's not just some cool shit to say. You're supposed to be, about, it really is supposed to be, let's divide the property. And if the people want to burn the property because, you ain't unasked the property, you're supposed to kind of be cool with that. That's kind of typically how the left has been able to get, some leverage through, at least globally. I go ahead.
Like, I don't know if they know quite what Marxism entails.
I sometimes question that too. I don't think that a lot of these people, especially some of the more popular people in that particular space, I think they said a lot of things over the years when it was kind of, I guess, safe. And even that's kind of hard. Like, because a lot of things have gone on, and I'm thinking like between 2000 and 2010, the pre-Obama era kind of days, like you still had Sean Bill and you still had a lot of different issues, situations like that.
Right.
But there has been kind of a change. I think Occupy Wall Street kind of shifted the conversation in a particular direction. And, every incident has also come with it, not just the race. And maybe they came with, the infiltration of by white people. But, each of these incidents, each of these sets of uprisings has come with a slight push, a slight addressing of property, because I guess property is being damaged, and now we're starting to see people who really shouldn't, people who claim that their ideology should be pro people, anti property.
Right.
At least in the case of people, right? I'm not saying just anti property. We're not burning buildings just to burn buildings, but
Right.
in the conversation of I would rather this building burn down as a symbol of my anger than you kill another person.
Right.
In that particular conversation, and as protection of the property class. In that particular conversation, I thought it was interesting that Mike took the stance that he took. I don't know about T.I. Like, I'm not really sure what his politics are, and I've seen him kind of flip
He
flop.
said his politics were anybody but Trump 2020.
That's his politics. Is that that's not a political
That's what he said.
that's just a slogan. That's just that's not even, that doesn't even,
That's
you
not
know,
a.
that.
I know.
So what happens? What happens after 2021? Now what is your politics? Now that you've won politically, what is your politics now? What do you stand for now? What are your, that's what I mean. Like, it goes back to you discussing, saying that Trump is, United States of America has a racial concern that dates way before Trump. Trump didn't create the racial problem. The racial problem created Trump.
Right.
And so if your politics is only based on Trump, and then once we solve for Trump, then what? And then what before Trump? What was your position before Trump? Because Trump hasn't always been a United States president. And I don't look at voting as, I don't look at that as a political stance. It's just voting. It's not a political stance.
Right.
How do you think power should be distributed throughout the country? That's a political stance.
Exactly. I used to criticize people who criticized Obama but never criticized Bush.
Okay.
And now I kind of have this mindset of, I have the same feeling about if you criticize Trump and you never criticized Obama. And so, because of optics, like,
it looks good. It looks good.
Right. Like, because you could get pimped by a nice smooth talker, or you could get
knocked over your head. Right.
Yeah. Either way, you get.
It's going to happen. Right.
So.
Either way, you're going to lose all your money.
Right. So it's like, what is your political ideology as well? Like, in general, are you saying that you want democracy? Is this really a democracy? When we're in capitalism, democracy means whoever has the most money.
Who bought the election? Who bought it? Like, literally, who had the most expensive campaign seems to be like Trump. Like, Trump's an anomaly, because I consider Trump's brand a part of the down payment. In a lot of ways, the same way I looked at Obama, there is some branding here that may not have been kept. There are some incalculable, unquantifiable things that I think we should consider. But for the most part, whoever spends the most money tends to win the election. So
Right.
it's absolutely about how much money. It's for sale. The
Yeah,
office of presidency is always for sale.
exactly. And so, and definitely Trump's brand went into that. I mean,
Absolutely.
uh,
Absolutely.
definitely. So just like Obama was starting to commodify his image right when he started,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
you know,
Absolutely.
he was
Even with the posters, even with the Hope posters. Yeah.
right. And even with his books,
Absolutely with his books. Yeah,
right,
right. Great
right.
point. Great point. Absolutely with
You
his
know,
books.
it's a branding imaging. This is capitalism. I know I keep saying that, but like I want to emphasize capital is the main thing that makes this country run.
It
And
is.
if we're going to talk about capital in a true sense, or capitalism in a true sense, we have to remember, you know, the name of the game is monopoly, you know, and everybody doesn't start off with the same amount of money in this game of life.
And even though, yeah, and I don't understand how we keep coming back to this kind of myth of equal opportunities. I
Right,
don't, like you said, the game is about how much control, and even if it's not 100% control, Google doesn't. Google and Facebook. I don't think they own 100% of all ad spend, but they own so much of it that it kind of don't even matter. You can get a little ad spend here and there, but they control so much of ad spend that they basically control the media. If
right,
all the media money is going into advertising,
right,
and if all the and then you are the two, you guys control it, and you guys and Disney, but Disney's got their own money, and
right.
even Disney's got these monopolies. But yeah, not to get sidetracked. Right. It is absolutely about control of markets,
Definitely.
and then can't nobody if you can't get into the market. I mean, you can't make no money. If you
Right,
can't make any money, there are no opportunities.
right.
But that's what we mean by opportunities: the ability to make some money doing whatever it is you do, whether that's
It's
selling something, or providing a service, or trading on a talent.
right. And there's the reason why 95% of businesses fail within the first 5 years. You know,
Right.
um, it's not just because of competition. It's expensive to be an
Right.
entrepreneur, and like I said,
Predominantly because the competition is going to make it real tight for you.
right,
But yeah,
right. But if your main competitor already dominates the market and doesn't have to pay taxes, and you've got to pay a buttload of
right,
taxes
right.
with a limited amount of capital, and they have unlimited capital compared to you,
And brand equity. Everybody already thinks that they're the best. Right,
but no taxes. Some of these companies literally pay no taxes.
and
So
right,
because
and are benefiting off taxpayers. Right,
right, but then but they also need to be bailed out because they're too big to fail.
right.
Um,
Right.
so when I look at it from that standpoint, I'm like, ooh, Amazon definitely owes us some money, and
Yeah,
also
Amazon definitely owes money.
Amazon, Walmart, you guys should never be able to get away with paying
I
any.
think I have an easier time saying, and I guess this goes back to the conversation we was having earlier. I absolutely
Right,
have an easier time saying certain businesses owe money. I have an easier time holding a corporate entity as an entitlement or whatever than individuals, and I absolutely think Amazon owes money.
right, right.
Absolutely.
And I don't think they should be able to pay anyone less than $20 per hour.
Shit, 30,
Right. It should be,
especially if they on the East Coast
but
or a major city.
and you shouldn't be allowed to fire people based on the fact that they want a union. I think that should be illegal.
Right. Right. That should
You,
absolutely be
you
illegal.
word union at some places, and they're like fired. And so,
Yeah. Yeah, that should absolutely be illegal. Union busting like that, because that's what that is. That's union busting. It's a form of
yeah,
union busting. It
and
yeah, that should absolutely be illegal.
and so like for anybody that's watching and doesn't really know, um, the one person that's watching with us, thank you for watching. Um,
You're a trooper. Thank
yeah.
you.
Um, and so when you look at the history of the nation, we got 15 minutes for 6 hours of work breaks. We got an hour for 8 hours worth breaks, with a maximum of 16 hours per day, because people died,
Right.
because people picketed, because buildings were bombed, because,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know,
they were serious. They were
yeah,
serious. They were serious.
product was lost.
Right.
So,
Industries hurt. Right. Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
right, right. And so that's the main reason why unions were able to come into power, to help those employees get those rights. Imagine, having no rules for working. you know, your children don't have to go to school. They could, possibly injure themselves in a factory. Um, so many things. Capitalism left unchecked is a dangerous, mean, greedy, evil place. Because whatever the
Even where we're at now, where even with the masquerade of the vaccine, where you're willing to put people's lives in danger, you know what I'm
right,
saying, simply because the economy looks like it's going to tank because of COVID, you know what I'm saying. So you want to push people, capitalism doesn't really care about the lives. It only cares about, whatever little production there is left,
right, and then, but like,
in a gig economy.
are you there?
She's
Okay,
coming.
are you there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
The trickle down economy is a farce, and
Absolutely a force. It did not happen. It did not happen like that at all.
right,
It did not happen. It did. None of it trickled down. None of it trickled down. The
no,
dope made its way to the community, but that was about it. It didn't. None of the money trickled down. The jobs absolutely didn't trickle down. Most people that climbed their way out, those that weren't selling drugs, had to go to the military, and even those jobs, over time, I don't think that, I don't think that they equated with, other professionals, other professions or whatnot. I think even the cast that I know that became officers in the military, I don't think that, like, and I don't want to pocket watch nobody or anything like that, but I think the numbers will bear me out. I don't think that the black professional class has been able to keep up with the white professional class.
definitely not.
Um, and so I feel like even in that regard, I think black people got shafted. It just didn't happen. It did not trickle down. All the Reagan era ideas and all of those economic pontifications. The reality is it did not happen. I've watched it my entire life. I watched it. It didn't trickle down.
Right,
In order to survive, people had to figure out ways to kind of attach themselves to people who were had a little bit more, and the same techniques of social mobility that existed in the 1800s in the feudal era. Those
right,
are the same tactics we use today.
right.
It simply didn't, it didn't happen like that. Capitalism has not figured out a way to solve for its inequality issues.
No, it hasn't, and a lot of times, um, the I feel like people are so easily swayed to be upset that 800 million a year goes towards people on food stamps, but they don't realize that like over $1 trillion goes
Right.
toward national defense.
Yeah,
And
right. Yeah,
yeah,
right. Right.
so
Rich people bombing poor companies so they can build factories or warehouses there, just so they can, muscle their way in on, cheap labor. Right. Right. Right.
right,
Right.
and so and trust you me, like I would much rather the trillion go to people.
I think it would alleviate an actual I think it would actually alleviate two problems. One, less wars, and to the degree, like America, the United States of America would really, really have to, um, almost become like Canada for real, like Sweden or something like that. They would have to really, really change its culture in order to change its foreign policy, which I don't know if it ever happened. But it probably will always spin on defense until until the empire completely falls. But
Right.
I think that less military spending is probably a good thing if you could get it there, and absolutely, give the people, help the people on the bottom, and it's less of a nuisance. You know what I'm saying? If you're annoyed by homelessness, then actually get rid of homelessness, and there is enough money in the coffers to alleviate homelessness. And like you said, there are obviously some creative ways to do that, radical as they may be, but
Right.
it ain't like you got to build the houses. The house is already there.
Right. And so I was thinking of this movie by Michael Moore. It starred John Candy. This is like from the early '90s, obviously, because John Candy passed away.
Right.
And it was the president at that time. He ended all wars, and everybody was upset with him because of the war industry, especially Niagara Falls.
Right.
And so they invented a fake war with Canada in order to.
What's the name of this?
Let me look it up real quick because I'm like I can't remember. But I do remember watching it a few years ago. I'm just gonna put in Michael Moore, John Candy. It's Canadian Bacon. The movie is called Canadian Bacon.
Yeah, I gotta check that out. Yeah, because that sounds right up my alley.
Right. It's a satire for sure.
Right.
But I was like, oh man, like if we did end all wars, there would be this economic void.
I think, and I absolutely think that Sean Boudreaux once wrote during the Gulf War in the '90s. Jean Boudreaux wrote about actually an actual piece that says there will be no real Gulf War. Are we really in the Gulf War? Did we really have a Gulf War? Right. And he's not really saying like America wasn't there, but he was asking like what really happened. You know what I'm saying? Like we all got sold one image, but we don't really know what really took place. You got sold an image. You got whatever the government wanted to tell you happened, and in our minds, we're going to believe certain things. We really thought all this. Whatever you think about war, and I do think a lot of this stuff is kind of not to say people aren't dying, not to say it's not occurring, but there does tend to be a lot of exaggeration and imagination in our own minds about what's actually going on in these places in the quote unquote theater of war. It is not exactly the same thing, and some battlegrounds are going to be different than other battlegrounds. And the media has been in bed with with the government since after Vietnam. The government is never going to let journalists tell the truth about a war ever again.
Right.
So I do absolutely satire or whatnot, but what do they say? Truth and jest.
Right. Truth and jest. What is that one think tank that George Soros has funded? It's about human.
Man,
That think
I ain't gonna
tank.
be able to think of the name of it, but they had
Al,
a whole lot of people out here in Baltimore.
right,
They was
right,
giving jobs too. I ain't got I ain't gonna lie, I filled out the application. They was giving jobs. Shit, I was trying to get some of their money. You got me fucked up.
right, right. I knew somebody who worked for Halliburton. I was like, hey,
Hey.
dude, get it how you live, bro. Um, and so
And this is the reality of the conversation.
right. But his group is about supposedly on the surface about human rights violations, but really it's about scouting places to for conquest. So
Mm.
it's oh man, what is it
Neoliberalism.
called again? I'm looking at it, and I'm trying to find out what it's called. But it's you know it's nothing new that like something with the guise of like oh, we're looking for humanitarian or human rights violations,
Right.
but really we're only picking the ones that like fit our economic interest,
Right.
so
We
like
can
we'll
we can set
ignore
up shop here.
right, we're gonna ignore Darfur and
Right.
like focus on Yemen or focus on another place that has potential for us to.
I feel the same. Like I think that's kind of like how Bill Gates operates as well. There is a pattern, and I mean Bill Gates has absolutely come out and discussing with in my opinion amounts to a form of genocide. You talking about wiping out particular segments of the population. Certain populations don't need to exist or whatever. Um, but I believe that that's how they go about their funding too. They're going into areas where their particular agenda can be best suited. It's not a complete humanitarian effort. They're absolutely being it's not selectivity based on resources. It's selectivity based on can we get our thing off her.
Right. And so like even the World Bank, IMF, Chinese banking conglomerates colonizing Africa in ways that I felt like um, well I felt like the if the diaspora came together, that could have been us. you know you could we Black Americans could have loaned you that money and you paid us back. you know that could have been, but you like these uh nations a lot of time have puppet leaders, um
Right,
and
right,
so
right.
it's so tough to talk about like how that would work. And even with
Neocolonialism.
they were trying to end police brutality, and the Nigerian central banking actually shut down a way for us to give donations. And
Really.
yeah, um, and so we were trying to end SARS, um, and because only like people in tech make a lot of money in Nigeria,
Right.
and the wealth distribution is way off.
Only people in tech in the United States make a lot of money now.
Huh?
I said only people in tech make a lot of money in the United States of
Right,
America now,
right,
unless you're in hedge fund or some shit. But nah, I understand what you're saying.
right. And so the Nigerian government cut off like three of the main companies that were funding the protest. So they got a pretty penny. Like they got
Yeah, I
60.
bet. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet.
Um, and so, but I honestly wanted to donate more, um, and they cut it off. So that's kind of
That's
how.
interesting.
Right, right. And I was like, wow, the United States wouldn't even do something like that. Like, from what I know.
Not from this side, anyway.
Right. So I was like, oh, wow, they cut that off really quick. So after 2 weeks of fundraising,
Really?
yeah, they shut it down. So it's actually pretty interesting when you look at global economics, especially International Monetary Fund, and how they give out loans, crazy loans with crazy interest rates.
Yeah, I bet.
You know, World Bank will, build you a stadium for entertainment and have you paying on it for the next 40 years. You know, it's just insane.
And also insane why these particular states would even involve themselves in it. Like, if you don't, I don't know. Like sometimes I guess well, for those in elite places, but it doesn't really do anything for the people. You know what I mean? These aren't programs that are, maybe provide a few jobs. You know what I'm saying? But I doubt these are, I doubt that these are the economic engines, that price tag is.
Right.
I bet you they're not paying that off.
Right.
They're not, it's not generating that kind of capital.
Right, exactly. And so it's almost insane because I've lived in other places, and so the cost of living in the United States is probably one of the best in the world, to be honest, when it comes to like buying a car, buying electronics, a coffee maker in Ecuador.
Better than in places in Europe?
Europe has a lot of taxes attached to their items. So like Canada's prices are higher. The UK's prices are higher. Sweden's prices are definitely higher. I think about like 10% or less, or slightly less. The United States has, I would say, like for technology, we pay really good prices for the technology we have. Our stuff would be, like,
I would imagine,
worth 2-3 times more in another country. A pair of good tennis shoes, right, could be like $40 out here. In like a place like Ecuador or a place like Nairobi, it could be upwards of $90 for a brand new pair of decent shoes. So the world market in general, we are a controlling force. And so I see why people want to live here and be here. I see why, the dynamics of trade and tariffs, if you're not part of the European Union, and if you're not part of, the Western Union of Western cultures, you're definitely not getting like good prices, good products. You're definitely getting secondhand stuff.
right?
And it's really expensive if you do get new products that are like commonplace here in the United States. So globally, it is like if you even live in a socialist country, a coffee maker could cost you upwards of $120 brand new. So, and this is in Coffee Central in Colombia, so it's absolutely ironic how we control everything, and we're the center of like the greatest standard of living, but our GDP is now mainly non-product stuff. It is mainly service based. So that's really interesting as well. So everybody else's GDP is based on like physical
actual production. Right.
And then our GDP
this is just image. This is Hollywood. This is a lot of imagery.
Right. So
we're not really exporting anything.
Yeah, we're not. We don't make anything.
Not producing. It's not a productive company.
Right. We don't produce anything because our people demand too much of manufacturing companies.
And now it's become right, and so it's mainly a service, service and image, a lot of image. I
Right.
bet we export a lot of culture though.
We do.
A
We
lot
do.
of culture.
And it's strange because I feel like consciously, like African Americans, we are like well beyond
Right.
other of the diaspora.
Other, yeah.
Yeah, like I didn't realize until like about 7 years ago that Africa was like converted to Christianity or Islam. Like most
Right.
of it is Christian or Muslim, and I was like, wow, that's like decades behind us, consciously. And that really surprised me that Africa has a lot of homophobia based on theocracy, based
Extreme
on
homophobia.
colonization. You know, so
Yeah, I have my thoughts about that conversation, man. I have my thoughts, yeah, I have my thoughts about that conversation.
okay.
And granted, I do think that Africa obviously was a very different place before the Europeans came there. I do think, as well as the Arabs, obviously,
Right.
colonization ain't just European colonization; it's also other forms.
Right.
Africa has been exploited by a number of other groups. But yeah, I just have my thoughts about culpability. Culpability. I get that your a military can come in and enforce particular ideas, but I do believe that sometimes you're embracing those ideas because you agree with them. In some instances, like I don't know the history of Uganda well enough, but I just have my thoughts about certain things.
Right. So you're saying they're using that as an excuse for.
I think sometimes it's an excuse for certain things that have already existed or certain ideas that may exist. Um, there are power dynamics. There are some power dynamics that it's like with black people in the United States of America. Fundamentally, we're all kind of under this this heel or whatever. But there are absolutely some blacks who actually benefit from this system. Um, maybe only in relation to other blacks, but still, what I'm saying, you benefit from these other blacks being oppressed, and whatever it is you've been able to do, however you've been able to get into this center of elitism or this kind of neo-colonialist space, you found yourself there. And that's how I feel about in some parts of Africa. That is the neo-colonial conversation. There are some elite Africans who benefit from this colonial relationship, and for whatever reason, you are not, and I mean this politically, not even psychologically. You know what I'm saying? And that's to say, granted, when people believe what they believe about their religion, they tend to believe it wholeheartedly or whatever. But even in the case where you may not even really, buy into your religion like that, you know what I'm saying? But because this affords you X, Y, Z, you running with it. And I do believe that there are people who are, like I said, I don't know the history of Uganda well enough to really present my case like I would want to. But I absolutely believe that, there are people who are, who I believe that there is a market for homophobia, and I believe that market don't just exist in the United States of America. I believe that market exists in Africa as well. Whether because of Islam or because of other things,
Right.
because Christian, the Christian European Christianity ain't exactly the most homosexual friendly culture on the planet Earth either. You know what I'm saying? Like these aren't,
right.
It's not like the Bible promotes homosexuality anywhere in it. These aren't, like these aren't ideas. I'm not just blaming Islam. It's my point. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of these cultures are, fairly anti-homosexual. All of these religions, anyway. At least the Western ones. So, anything that would have been adopted would have been a good excuse. But I absolutely believe that there is I believe there's a market for homophobia and anti-homosexual behavior in general.
I would say that. Do you think?
And I know your audience. I know some of your audience anyway. So I know we're back on the masculine conversation. But go ahead.
You know what? Masculinity to me is subjective to whoever wants to view it, and so you could be a homosexual and be more masculine than a straight person.
Right.
And so
right, because it's how you define it. It's absolutely how the other person what qualities that person in every quality. Most qualities can coexist in the same body.
Right.
A lot of different qualities can coexist in the same body. Right. Absolutely. I
would say Prince is an example of a straight person that's not necessarily masculine. It's my opinion.
R.I.P. Prince.
I love Prince. I think I love his music. I think I love his aesthetic. And
I absolutely think the androgynous style is, it's part of the Prince brand, and it's absolutely got its own, space in on the masculine spectrum.
Well, I mean, showing your cheeks, isn't the most masculine in my opinion. But I still rock with it. You know what I mean? It's Prince, so
it's his thing. It was his thing.
Right. So I'm not mad at and even Michael Jackson. I don't think he's the most masculine man in the world. He claims to be a heterosexual, so or he did in his lifetime, and so that's what when we're talking.
Like I have my thoughts about particular masculinities, though. Like I don't think that the performance. I don't necessarily think that the performance of masculinity or the performance of manhood should be limited to like the spectrum, right? The spectrum of aggression, exactly. Right. I think that can be limiting, and I think that it's a lot of ways to be a dude. Like it's a lot of ways to express whatever it is you express in the male form, and in some ways I feel like
how do you feel
go ahead.
I was gonna ask you, how do you feel about, I don't know if you've seen this conversation on TikTok, people telling Black women they should be attracted to bisexual men.
Oh God, I've heard.
And I was like, wow, the misogynoir was so real, and it was based off of someone being rejected by Black women for any reason that they had, and it's like biphobic, and it's like, whoa, you're holding us to a standard you wouldn't hold yourselves to. I think people can kind of go. I think when we start talking about when I start discussing anti-homosexuality or homophobia, right. and I try to be careful with the word homophobia, because this really is supposed to be like I don't think it originated in psychology. I think it actually originated with the Oprah Winfrey Show, pop culture, but
if we're going to do that, I would rather use anti-homosexuality, and I tend to kind of we're kind of talking about violence, and we're kind of talking about more kind of political type things. When we start, like I'm not finna be telling nobody that they got to date whoever, like
Right.
especially when we are on a particular side of the spectrum. Why would a woman who wants a man of a particular kind of man, a
Right.
manly man, if she's into that, and in the social space, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm not saying that you can't be the manly man and be bisexual, but I do think a lot of women are going to want to know. I just think I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with a woman saying, I just want to do this, heterosexual.
Right.
No interest in
men.
being with men. I don't have a problem with that. I don't necessarily think that's, if somebody wants to say is biphobic, they're free to say that. That's on there. That's how you want to define it. I would not define biphobia like that, though.
Right.
I would be looking for something more political and a little less
personal taste.
Yeah, interpersonal. Yeah, I think that I don't like, and this is what I mean about a lot of these conversations. I don't want to infringe like that. Like, I do think people should be free to I don't think that I understand the politicization of preference. I understand that we're all socialized and that certain things are going to nudge us in a particular way or nudge us in another particular way. Once we get to the space of identity, though, once I'm kind of who I am, man,
right?
Like these choices are who I am. Like, I don't think that's a part of the conversation, though. I don't think, as long as you ain't trying to kill nobody,
right.
You're not trying to limit somebody's ability to make money, make opportunities for themselves, and all of that kind of stuff. Like, I think that's what's up. Like I can't support black dudes who like if like the whole incel movement to me is kind of like around a bunch of guys who couldn't who weren't attractive in the market,
right?
You know what I mean? And so I can't, like, that's not a political move. That's just go get over yourself.
It was all based on somebody being rejected. That's why I was so like, I was like, wow, you're gonna tell somebody what they can and cannot be attracted to? Y'all bugging.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and I've seen this in other communities. I don't. Well, yeah.
Come at other women like that because of what they prefer.
I don't think I've seen it from trans men as much as I've seen it from trans women. But I've seen these conversations. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. We all hate rejection. It's hard. You know what I'm saying? I get it. But we're all not going to be somebody's type, and it's not always based upon one's queerness. What about all the broke niggas that's not getting none? Like this conversation can go into some real interesting ways. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be careful about that. But the reality is, there are a lot of spaces where a person might just, this got an X spot there. If you're this got an X spot. If you not, and it has absolutely nothing to do, specifically with queerness. And so I don't look at that because you're queer and the woman don't want to be with you. It's almost kind of commonsensical. So I think we're entering a real dangerous area.
Right.
a straight woman doesn't want to be with a queer man. That kind of that's kind of like, yeah, okay, people who love people who love water are drinking water. Like, it's kind of that kind of thing. Like, yeah, okay, this is kind of and so it's it when we get to the point where by definition things
Right.
or you're trying to stigmatize people or make people feel bad about themselves, I guess.
Right.
Because of things that how people define themselves is just as bad as you being attacked or whatever for how you define yourself. Like if you don't want to be defined because of who you choose to be with, you probably shouldn't do it to other people. Because that's how I look at that. Who it's
right. And so
if they don't want to be with about like I don't see how that's they don't want to be with you. They don't want to be with you. There's a lot of people who might want to. I don't see that as
But he was like, oh, it's because of hypermasculinity. But what if hypermasculinity is my type?
Okay,
like,
yeah, right, and which was what I was saying. Like, how do you if this is what the woman wants, if this and this is what people are being turned on by and all of that, this is not like once again, this is a different kind of space,
right? Yeah.
And like I was saying earlier though, like when we was talking about beauty standards, like I think like I honestly believe men are attracted to black women, like
are they
the
attracted to
features.
marriage with black women?
Well, this is a different conversation though. This is a social thing. This is not biological. And that's what I mean and that's what I mean as far as like,
but like,
biologically you are even at the programming level, even at the, there is, if you're not turned on by it, like what the fuck you supposed to do? Like with and why would somebody want to be with somebody that's not turned on by them? Like these are kind of the crux of, we don't like to say it, we don't like to admit it, but this is kind of where the conversation start. You know what I'm saying? We got to kind of like each other.
No means
and no absolutely means
any reason I choose.
Yeah.
No means no.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And
at least that's my thinking on it. At least I may, if that person sees this and wants to have a conversation, reach out. I'll give you the first one.
Reach out to him. He asked me for a debate. I don't want to debate because I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, because I will bring facts and resources that will not unite.
Yeah, I don't want to debate. I'd like to have a conversation. We can have a discussion. Right. I'm not, I ain't debating for free. That ain't what I'm just for real, man. People get paid to debate. I ain't finna debate for free. Right. But I wouldn't mind having a discussion. I would like to see what the understanding is, and like we could do that. Well, absolutely.
I made a video explaining how Western psychology, the history of Western psychology, used to like diagnose every sexuality besides heterosexuality as a mental disorder. And you guys
that wasn't that long ago that they changed it. Like we talking about like the 80s. Yeah.
No, 1970s, the last time Psychology Association changed.
That's not that long ago.
Right. And so they couldn't handle that type of psychoanalysis of their sexuality. But they dare do it to black women. And I said, that's misogynoir. That's an example of misogynoir. You are asking a black women something that you couldn't handle. Like, you would never ask a gay man in 2021 why he does not prefer lady parts. You just wouldn't do it, because that type of psychoanalysis.
Okay.
Right. It's invasive, it's intrusive, it's not fair. And so I was like, now you're trying to psychoanalyze black women's sexuality? Oh no, that's not what we're not going to do. And then he conceded that was a good point. When I broke that down, like LGBTQIAPK, we could say this about your psychoanalysis. How does it feel now? You did that to black women. Now, is that okay?
You're
No,
right.
it's not okay. That is misogynoir.
Misogynoir is a pretty strong word.
No, I'm
I would absolutely say that, yeah, why would you target black women in anything? Like, like, I think that there's these kind of got to have some more sacred space. We got to have a little bit more respect for kind of the entire conversation. Yeah,
right.
don't, like I wouldn't understand why you didn't just say women in general. Like, why target black women in that? But yeah.
Right. Well, his argument was white women were okay with his bisexuality and black women were not. So I was like,
It would well, date the white women or whatever, but yeah, I mean,
that was the whole premise of it was
and
he's
then I hate discussions that try to go more general when this is just, nigga, that's got to do something to do with you. That ain't got nothing to do with, that's not everybody. That's not,
right.
I was gonna say something, but I ain't. I think, I think, I think that's a personal thing, and I think I hate
Right.
when I won't say hate, but I dislike when people try to take this personal thing and make it more general than it may actually be.
Right.
This is you and your feelings, and now you want to, kind of stigmatize entire groups of people.
Right.
It's not, it's not a
And,
cool
and
thing.
even the LGBTQ plus community that's not black had something to say because we made them so comfortable in the BLM movement. So they're like, yeah, I support Black Lives Matter, so I'm not racist. And black women, you should be dating bisexual black.
Like, this has shit to do with anything. You just got a wide array of passes and permissions, and
Right.
yeah.
I'm like, oh, come
But
on.
I'm always surprised what people are willing to get on these social media platforms and say. Like, I just be thinking, like, oh, you didn't think for a second before you hit publish on that shit. You just, like, no thinking about how this is gonna get, what kind of response this is gonna get.
Right.
And I do think that social media has made certain white people in certain spaces, and damn sure in the activist space, the liberal space, liberal whites anyway, have really got courageous. I guess they always was.
Right.
But it's, yeah.
Right. And so it was just really interesting to just see like um people not understand no means no and I could say no for any reason and you're lame for even saying that. Like you lame for that. It's like so and it's weird because like I feel like to me, like I was saying about the standard of beauty, like I don't think we get prioritized, um, at least in the media and social media.
Race has a class component, and then there is the proximity. If there are, es- es- there are some proximity concerns, but there's also,
I don't think that's the reason all the time
I
because
I don't think no, I absolutely don't think it's that all the time. That's why I shut up. But I do feel like there are some objective considerations that have to be acknowledged. But I also feel like there are also some points in the society. There are some stigmas about black women in the society. There are, it is a society that is, if we're not calling it a class system, it's very we're not calling it a caste system, it is very caste like.
right,
And black women are in the bottom caste,
right,
and we as black men, and black women too, I guess. But we as a people we don't have independence in this country. We have not secured we have not secured land. We have not built a military, and we do not have our own economy. And
right,
it's very difficult to demand a particular kind of respect if we don't have kind of this space to develop a particular cultural, I don't know, a cultural resonance, like other people, who have these things are able to do. I noticed that a lot of rich white dudes have begun choosing up on Asians and whatnot. And so, there and different reasons for that, what I'm saying, but I see it occurring. Um, and so for whatever reason, there is, something that's signaling to these white guys a value point that's not being signaled by black women. And I think, but I also think black women like black dudes.
Right.
I think black women tend, when we look at the stats on interracial relationships, we tend to see it's mainly black dudes and white women, and black women tend to want to be with black men.
Right. And I don't buy the proximity excuse, because I think black women outnumber black men by a whole lot. And so,
well, when we talk about the class thing, though, when we start talking about, like, okay. Kobe spent a nice amount of time in Italy, and I don't want to go through the list of every motherfucker that got rich and married a white person, but I do, and I look at, even with, like, I think the situation with Kanye is a little different. I think because I do believe that Kanye was saying a lot of black women. I do think that Kim pulled up on Kanye at the right time.
Right.
Whatever.
Kanye's mom would never have approved of their union.
I bet it's a lot of things that Kanye's mom never approved of throughout Kanye's life. I'm pretty sure it's some things that my mom doesn't approve of.
But Kanye had a very close relationship with his mom, and so
there's that. Okay.
So
like, I was thinking more so him getting out of that particular relationship
with Amber Rose.
And even Amber Rose is not like black. She's not black at all, is she?
She's African.
What country?
I can't remember, but she's African.
Is she?
Right. Yeah.
Like African nationality or African, like ethnically African?
I think
this shit gets so confusing, man.
I think a little bit of both. Like the islands off the coast of Africa, off of West Africa, they are mainly mixed with Portuguese or Spanish.
Okay.
So I believe she's from one of those islands off the coast, and
I have to look that up. Right. So, but yeah, I thought him getting out of that relationship, and then, but once again, I'm in people's business. I do feel like I do feel like there can be an argument for certain dudes that you wasn't around, but at the same time, if you are a man of means, then you have the means to kind of choose whoever you want to be with. If you want to go, you could find yourself in, if you want to be with these kind of women, you can find yourself in those environments. If us brothers who ain't got it like that can find black women, nigga, you damn sure should be.
Did you see Kanye's tweets that he deleted recently?
I did not. Oh God.
He said he was going to divorce Kim, and he
that shit. Okay.
He was putting her on blast, but he felt that way ever since her meeting. He put it in quotes, meeting with Meek Mill about prison reform at a hotel. He said he felt like divorcing her since then. I don't know when that happened, but
that's interesting.
I was like,
if you don't trust your wife, man, like I don't think it's cool to put her on blast like that. My thoughts, but I do feel like, if you don't trust your wife, man, you don't trust your wife. Like you know her better than I know her. or whatever's going on, but but for real, like, your wife better than I know. If you don't trust her, if you think that if you think she's capable of this, or
right, and he was like, she tried to get me 5150 so she can go on rendezvous and just whatever.
And then I don't know, because they be having I don't know, like, right. I have my thoughts about like, regardless of whatever, what I'm saying, like, if this is real, this is fake, whatever. I do have my thoughts about the kind of games that get played and what's even with like Cardi B and them relationship. I just be feeling like these some interesting games y'all play with a marriage, man. Like, I think that the institution of marriage, I feel comfortable saying that I think that the institution of marriage should be respected. It should be treated with a particular level of sanctity.
Right.
And I think when we get to the point where, I don't know, man, like these kind of no holds barred, no rules types of marriages, I think,
It kind of, yeah, because I was like, I think monogamous unions should be truly monogamous if you
they
have
should be
a
monogamous. They should be
lifetime
monogamous.
contract.
If
Anything
this is if this like either fight for a different form of marriage. And I've said this, I think that marriages should come in different types of licenses. You got different types of driving licenses. I think you should have different type of marriage license. Maybe
else,
you should, if you're into polygamy and all of these, like, you should get that kind of license. You got a license to marriage this kind of way. And if you're in, like, I think you should get that. If you're going to be in these relationships, man, and this country doesn't have that, then maybe you shouldn't get married. You know what I'm saying? But gay people fought for a particular, we want to be married this kind of way, and they fought for it. If you believe that marriage should be like this, then you should fight for that, man. You should fight for that. So you're not
they're not going to do it.
Probably not. But I would like to put that thought out there. You should fight for that kind of thing, because if not, you're damaging the sanctity of the institution, and it's not valued, and it should be valued, or it doesn't mean anything, and it needs to mean something.
Right, but I want to tread lightly, because there are people like of the LGBTQ plus community that could be polyamorous, and
I think they should fight for that form of a gay union. Like, I don't think that there should be. I think the language should be changed. Marriage, man.
Right.
I don't think that marriage is just an institution between a man and a woman. It's between two people who want to be, I got this romantic situation where you say, hey, man, we're finna ride this thing called life together. I'm cool with it. As long as you respect the marriage rules. You don't do this, you don't do this. These things you don't do. As long as you respect it, I don't care. I actually applaud it, because I think more of them are probably going to be about probably honor it than than the straight people. So if a gay person wants to be with several other gay people, then or some others, by a bunch of bisexual people, whatever. I think you should fight for this particular kind of a marriage.
Right.
I think it should be alike, because why I don't understand why the state cares so much, other than this European. It has to be from Europe. It has to be the European way, and polygamy tends to be kind of more of an Eastern thing, but at least, and especially a Muslim thing, which is probably the biggest reason why the state is so concerned about defining it. I don't think the state should be defining marriage in those ways. I absolutely think that if a group of people want to do X, Y, Z, and they can come and they want to negotiate that with the state should just negotiate. Just negotiate it with them.
Right. I mean, it would affect the economy a lot. Like, if we're talking about insurance, and you say you're in a polyamorous relationship, now that company is, paying for maybe 4 dependents rather than 2, or just 1, or 3 dependents and rather just 1.
I think they'll figure it out. It may be, I wonder how many insurance policies actually,
They cover domestic partnerships in New York.
But I also want, and this is what a nice way of saying gay marriage.
Yeah, they before there was gay marriage was legal.
Okay.
New York was very progressive, and if you could prove you were romantically involved, you would get domestic partnership. Unless you were a straight couple, you would have.
Yeah, I that's interesting. Okay, because the gay people can't get married, and the straight people, if y'all serious, y'all need to stop shacking and get it together.
The sign that contract.
I can dig that. I absolutely. My thinking is, I just wonder how many, how often are people actually needing to get the money from their insurance? We put a lot of money into these insurance companies, and typically we actually don't ever use it.
Hardly ever see the doctor.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right. But also a lifetime contract with multiple people, I don't know how that would work.
I mean, people have been making those. People have been doing it. People have been doing it longer than the United States of America has been in existence.
Well, splitting it 3 ways if you divorce.
Well, I mean, it's been done though. Like Islamic is. I mean, before the United States of America is, the predominant religion of the emperor of the rulers of the world. The most dominant countries were Islamic, and I'm sure I'm pretty sure there's something to be studied there. It's my thing is all of this has been done already. The problem is in the West want to act like they're special, and they don't want to study what all other you got. I've seen videos where like Indian women, from India, were married to multiple husbands.
Right.
Like this isn't like. This isn't new to humanity.
Right.
Human beings figure it out. We figure out ways to spend life with each other or whatever. We at least lie to each other about it, right? But we figured it out. The West just wants to bully everybody. It wants to say that this is the way things should be, and that's the problem in a lot of cases. And I think that, in the United States of America, I think they're going to have to give it up, though.
Definitely. Yeah.
But I think the United States is in for. I think it's going to be a lot of fight in the United States of America eventually. I don't think that it's just too many of us in one house.
Definitely. I think that the United States is in a decline. Has been for.
I think so.
I would say at least since 9/11.
Probably before then.
Probably.
I think it's been in a decline before then.
Right.
I think the United States of America has been in a decline since the 70s.
You think so?
Yeah, I think the United States has been in a decline since like the Carter era.
Wow.
Like right around the time when I was born, I think that America has been in a steady decline. America has been making a lot of fake. I don't want to call it fake money. It spends well, like you say, but America has been making a lot of inflationary pumps of money into the economy since back in the 70s, probably a little bit earlier around that time. So America's been in trouble for a very long time, and I don't think it's ever caught up. I think that America's military might has allowed it to play a particular role in the global economy and on the global landscape. Right. But economically, I think America's probably been on a decline since back then. I think China is just starting to catch up because of COVID.
Right. Do you think technically it's since the Depression? Because it took a war for us to get out of the Depression.
You know what? And then there's that. And it didn't. And it's not like the Depression. It's not like the war. It's not like the war improved the American society as much. It just made the rest of the West. Your country been bombed, and you got blitz. What they call those things? Blitz. Shells all over blitz shells all over the goddamn place, and probably, and even Japan had been Japan had to crawl out of 2 fucking atomic bombs, and the rest of the quote unquote developed world had been war torn. You know what I'm saying? So America had kind of this leap forward, if you will. Everybody else was behind, and America was able to kind of,
We also,
to get its way around.
we also took in the German engineers that were advancing.
And the German scientists, right, and then the Indian, yeah, and then there's that, the infrastructure improvements, and a lot of things, and then the internet, and yeah, I absolutely, I still believe that it's been, I would say that America's probably been hobbled. I probably was hobbled back in the Depression. And it's just been, luckily because everybody else has been so because of the wars and whatnot.
Right.
I think America probably is going to have a major war.
Another one
on the soil. I think so. It'd probably be a civil war,
Right.
only due to I don't even necessarily know, and I think that it's hard to say who is going to benefit. Like, it's a war, man. Like, it's like if some people, if some guys start shooting down the street, man, it's like I have to deal with it. It's not one of, I think everybody wants to believe that they can get in front of something that, a lot of that could probably, even if I'm just looking at population control, what I'm saying? Like, this could really benefit a lot of people, what I'm saying? Like, and if you can't get in front of it, then you need to get ready for it. You know what I'm saying? You can't stop it. If this is the tide, and if somebody want to come punch you in the face, man, you need to be ready. Like, there's nothing, all that talking just ain't gonna help, you know what I'm saying? And trying to make people feel like, they're dumb for, preparation or whether that's not, if it's coming, it's coming, like I'm not pushing it, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time,
Yeah, I think people mock people who prepare to become preppers.
Right.
And so, or doomsday, whatever. But
right.
I'd rather be prepared for doomsday than to not be.
Yeah.
Like, so,
I'm not quite sure what, like war is a very serious thing, and I don't think that we should be talking civil war just because of what happened the other day.
No.
Like I think that's a very small thing, and I think that's why I don't want to call it a coup. That's a very small thing, man. Like, coups, like if the SEALs had taken over the White House or the Capitol, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, guys, get ready, it's coming. If it were a more one, if it were just more elite. Two, if we actually saw more guns on the other side.
Right.
Like, if when she got shot, they shot back, then I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, this is okay. This is a different language. This is a different language.
Different.
But I didn't see that. Like, to me, these are still protesters. To me, this isn't. Some protesters got lucky, man.
Right.
And lucky. Some protesters probably had a little bit more help than they should have. Some people probably do need to lose a job. But I don't look at these as this extremely sophisticated group of individuals. I don't look at this as a SEAL team. Right. I don't look at this as, coups are typically military, typically internal. From my studies, any damn way. So right. I look at it like that. And I don't see it. I didn't see that.
Right.
But I do believe that there is a desire for secession in the country, and that ain't a new thing. It's a very old thing. Motherfuckers ain't stop it because they lost the Civil War, we stopped wanting. I think secession is a big thing. I think it's a lot of things in this country that are pulling it apart. It came that way.
Right, and the desire for. I wish poor white people would realize how closely aligned our desires really are.
Right.
Because then they could channel that energy a little bit better.
And a little bit differently, with an understanding that, if we both win this, I'm willing to split this particular kind of way. I think that was the thinking of like Marcus Garvey, and maybe even, different factions of the Panthers.
Right.
I think that there was this kind of, a stated, well, at least with Marcus Garvey, I think that was extremely expressed, like we both want the same things. Like, if we can both win this is what I want, you get that, and we
Right.
call it a day.
Right. But then then they wouldn't feel special. I don't know why there wouldn't be that. Um,
I just think that right now Black people aren't organized in those kind of ways. The most, if which blooded Crips said, or which Hoover, or like even in LA, like this language has changed a lot. You got those a lot of those sets. Some of those sets, I won't say a lot, but a lot of those sets aren't looking at themselves at that higher level. So the whole blood Crip thing has kind of it's going to go a different direction, and people starting to just claim by the neighborhood that they from. But these are the really only, you got the NOI and you got these different groups, but what I'm saying, like
so
I just don't see like these. I don't see a strong, I guess, what is the group? Whatchamacallit them group? There are a few Pan-African groups out there, but that's not quite the same thing in my opinion. Like the Pan-Africanism of Mark Garvey is a little bit different than the Pan-Africanism of today's variety. Like how many of these groups are really that organized to be able to sit down with some of these these white nationalist groups or these MAGA groups,
I mean, NOI, I guess.
I guess. I mean, the question, and I'm not even quite sure where Farrakhan is at in these days. I'm not honestly sure about, like they come out when they come out, they're great pallbearers and things like that, but I'm not 100, I'm gonna get in trouble for that, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure what his political positions are these days. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I'm not sure they're not just happy to coexist. Like I don't see an actual push in any for real direction.
Right.
With the kind of power that they have, I would expect that.
Well, Farrakhan is. I don't think his health is in the best condition.
And then there's that.
So,
and I'm sure he's thinking, some type of legacy play.
Right. And so, it would definitely be his successor making any major political moves if that was to happen within NOI. I think the last major move they made was with Scientology merging with Scientology. Races on
and I'm interested in what that's about. You know what I'm saying? Like the teachings haven't had a for real upgrade in quite some time, and Scientology has plenty of fucking teachings. So I'm interested in that, and I'm also interested in why that conversation isn't louder. The relationship between the NOI and Scientology. And that's my concern. Like I just feel like most groups right now are so capitalist, and the better direction is just a lot of people don't want to deal with a lot of people really don't want to deal with like poor whites, and they don't want to deal with that particular brand of white person. It's just it is bad for business. And so I do. I think that's one thing. This is not the 1920s. This is 2021. It's different in some ways.
There are some nationalists who claim not to be racist. I don't know. They claim,
like even if you don't, like who doesn't look at you? You still a white nationalist though. Like I fuck with you, but it doesn't, it's not going to change the nature. You can't sell anything,
Right.
with it stamped with a white nationalist stamp on it. Like, no matter what your actual political beliefs are, you know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
You can't sell it. It's just going to be a very hard sale. You're limited in your market, and most people don't want that problem.
Right.
Especially with a growing black woman, black women, this
Of
base
course.
that's there. A lot of people just don't want to deal with that. That people
Well,
want that money.
but see, I see it a little bit differently. I think when we're talking about nation building, like, I'm pretty sure there's leaders of the world who don't like each other at all, but they're able to
I'm
sit.
sure about that too, but I do think that I don't see I don't see the Nation of Islam as nation building. Not in that kind of way. I think I see it as they're, I don't know, doing business. I see it as a business now. I don't see that. I see it, and a business in the same way that, TD Jakes runs a business, Creflo Dollar. And I'm not knocking, I'm not putting Farrakhan, I'm not saying that, but I am saying that. Like, I don't want no problems from you niggas when but I don't see that. I'm simply saying I don't see a real push towards for real political, anything. I see business. This looks like, a mega church.
Well, okay, so with TD Jakes, he said a story about how he was taking $40,000 a month from his own money to support their food outreach program, and he couldn't afford to do it anymore, and his church couldn't afford to fund the food program, and I was like, with a 20,000 congregation and even more followings online, I would do with the local grocery stores. You give me, $20,000 worth of groceries every month.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that TD Jakes don't know how to negotiate things. Yeah.
Huh? You have a hard time believing that story.
I have a hard time believing that TD Jakes doesn't know how to negotiate, these things. Like, I just feel like if they want that kind of, like these dudes got immense, but to the degree that they have immense power, they have immense power. It's like the conversation we was having about Jay-Z and wealth. Like at a certain point, I just can't categorize you like that. I understand that Jay-Z doesn't have, Jay-Z's not going to be able to wave a finger and a military going to show up, but he's got way too much decision making power. The same thing with Oprah, even though her company's been pretty much, evaporated, at least
right.
Her ownership of it is.
Yeah,
right. And that same way with TDJ, same way I feel about, the NOI and all these other. I just feel like if you wanted these things, you would be able to implement these things. That you don't do these things, or you're not sacrificing in this particular direction, then it's hard for me to believe that this is what you want. It's difficult. And I want to be careful about that, but I just don't see it. I see business. I see capitalism. I see a really interesting relationship with, every goddamn cult, Scientology, the Moonies. I see a lot of relationship with some really interesting characters.
The Nation of Islam a cult too? Were we throwing that in there?
I haven't called them that, but I've heard them called that by people who were very close. So birds of a feather, that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. There's pictures of the FOI defending Jim Jones. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never seen that documentary? You got to look that documentary up. The Jim Jones documentary is, Jim Jones was,
I know about Jim Jones and his town in Africa, but
Guyana. it was a black congregation. It was a,
Right.
predominantly black congregation, and he had a lot of ties. He had a lot of, he had a name for himself, and he used to speak at like NOI rallies or whatever. And so,
Wow.
the FOI was there defending him. So, I just think that, like, my concern ain't that they a cult. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a lot of shit that the NOI has done. It's a lot of the teachings is valuable, man. It's a lot of power in them teachings. But it's a lot of power in everybody teaches. A lot of power in teachers in general. So, there's that. It wouldn't have worked if the teachings didn't work. So
Right. I read some Scientology literature, and it was pretty basic self-help,
I think the interesting part of the Scientology is like when you get into like the alien conversations, and we
That's the
start
high.
talking about,
That's the highest.
yeah, right.
Right.
So but I mean, it's all self. I mean, what is religion other than some form of self help? Like, that ain't the reason why the teachings, I think, of the NOI are important simply because they are constructed in a way that the history in them is very, very, very pertinent. There are, especially for a group of people who are so separated from their history. I thought that was one of the most valuable parts. Everything else is very interesting. I thought the language was very interesting. Obviously, metaphorically, and obviously. I think the 5%ers did more with it than the NOI did, though. But I do feel like, as far as a religion is concerned, it's never the teachings, it's always the people. Scientology has attracted some really interesting people, man. By
Right.
interesting, I mean rich, and celebrity level people.
Right.
And so that's, I think that's its pull. You know what I'm saying? Because outside of that, it's it's just really interesting self-help shit. But that's all religion. The Bible is a just self-help manual with a lot of blood in it, but still.
A lot of people would take offense to that. I don't really care, but
probably.
You're saying my whole identity is just based on
Right. I can see that.
But it's interesting to me that when we look at certain aspects of religion, it's all like tying together. Like, oh, we're trying to help you be a better person and absolve you of the bad things.
And the responsibility, the guilt,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? As long as you follow along with what we're doing right now and the ways that we're doing right now, whatever you were before you met us and whatever you need us to forgive you for, as long as you stick to whatever we need you to do, yeah.
Right. So, to assuage any guilt, and
Make you feel
to
good about yourself.
and motivate you. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. So,
And to answer all your questions, whatever questions you have, we have an answer for you.
Exactly. My main issue with the NOI, not only the Scientology aspect, I mean, anytime they have emerging people, they don't encourage them. They, either assassinate or exile them and excommunicate them.
Yeah, there's
And
that,
so,
and then there's that.
Brother Malcolm, for one,
It's got a sort of history, man. Khalid, and a lot. There's been a number. There's a certain, there's a certain type of person who's able to kind of hold rank in the NOI, and I do think that anything that becomes too I don't want to say hostile. Like, I don't even think Khalid is hostile. I just think he was extremely strategic, and he had his own, he wasn't going to be, held. And he wasn't going to be controlled. And he was serious about what he was talking about. And, anything that goes against, and that's what I mean. Like, anything that goes against this particular kind of posture, this kind of, let's just hold in, I forget the language, but let's just hold here. Let's just stay put here anything that goes against that particular kind of thinking, I think that, you know, they find themselves, you know, like you say, an outcast or dead, you know.
Right. And to me, like, even if you're gonna say you can go do your thing, I don't like how they badmouth um, those members that become like superstars, you know? And so, like, I feel like Malcolm brought in some celebrities to NOI. You know, he brought in,
I mean, Malcolm kind of built. I mean, prior
right,
to Malcolm, Elijah Muhammad spent a very long time trying to unsuccessfully get those numbers up, and Malcolm got out and he got them numbers up. He built, you know, he kept building temples. You know what I'm
and
saying?
even with Khaled, he brought in Ice Cube, and he had
Right,
a
right.
resurgence.
And the West Coast, which meant, you know, with Ice Cube came Too Short and everybody else, all them rappers that were showing up at them
At the
Savior days, right,
Yes,
right.
yeah. And so that was my. I'm like, wow, you're creating these outstanding orators and leaders, and like both of them,
Extremely charismatic, yeah, extremely
right? They
charismatic people.
organized. That was another aspect of it.
I
Even
agree with that.
Khaled with the
I
new
agree with
Black
that.
Panther Party, and then Malcolm X, he was going international. You know, I felt like, man, you guys could have just, you know, allowed them to part ways with you, but not speak negatively about them, and let
And
it
I
be.
think that it probably, yeah. And I never understood the need to the continued conversation about calling Malcolm a hypocrite. I thought that was I never liked that. And you know, they may have their, you know, they may have their public facing conversations. Everybody's got their public mind. You know, I got a public facing conversation. You know, I've gotten away from it tonight. But you know, everybody's got this, you know, this line that they, you know, kind of present because, you know, political or whatever. But internally, you know, it's still the same thing. Malcolm's a hypocrite, and you know, ain't no telling what they saying about Khalid. You know, I just ain't been around a lot of them cats in a minute. It ain't but a phone call though. You know,
Right,
like I just feel like, you know, yeah, they're it they do whatever the fuck they want to do. Excuse my language. They do whatever they want to do. You know, it's their movement or whatever. But I do feel like the wisdom would have been to kind of play that down and, you know, show a particular kind of face for those people simply because of, you know, what they did contribute to the movement.
right, right.
And there is a very, you know, I do think that the militants is misused. I think that's a cool way to say it. I think the militants is misused. I think that, you know, there are a lot of things that I feel like I don't need to call it a cult. Like I'll just say it's a militant religion. That's like damn near
Military.
cult. You know, a militant religion. You know, you know, zealots. You know, you got a lot of zealots in it, and I think that can be
Do you think the fact that they
dangerous.
recruit from the prison culture contributes to the
I
zealous?
don't think so. I think that it. I don't think that the brothers that's coming out of the prisons is actually able to get the kind of rank and file that the Malcolms once were able to. I think that a lot of those brothers find themselves in. I ain't gonna say they ain't getting no rank, but I think that they find themselves in lower ranks, and I don't think that. I think I think that I think that whatever exists in a whatever military structure exists, I think it's existed for so long that it's not. I'm not saying that it doesn't completely benefit from brothers, you know, brothers of a particular stature coming out of prison and
Right.
being, but I don't I don't know, like, it's gas in a tank, but what I'm saying, they was gonna get some petrol anyway, that kind of thing. They were you were going to fill the tank anyway. It's a little bit more gas, but I think they already have such a militant structure already that you're already training a particular kind of person in the bourgeoisie. Like, just because some cat with some hood credentials come along, you covered anyway. It's cool. You know what I'm saying? If this particular set ends up in a particular situation, we got some people from that set to deal with it. But we've already got we can take we their generations thick now. You know what I'm saying? They can pretty much take anybody out of any class, and we've got we've got it covered. You know what I'm saying? We can pretty much, they can make, it's like the U.S. military. You kind of make a soldier out of, I ain't gonna say make a soldier out of anybody, but you can make a soldier out of any person with the quote unquote right stuff.
Right.
It doesn't matter what class you're from. So I don't think the prison part matters, because I think that what's important about coming from the prison, as far as that part of the conversation is concerned, is what kind of clout you got.
Right.
It doesn't matter about how many weights you lifted or anything. It's more about what kind of reputation you got on the streets, and by reputation I mean influence.
Right. And then the Nation of Islam, the Fruit of Islam, is very martial arts based, very militant based. So now we at military trained, and like even I mean we're as far as that's concerned, they're the Nation of Islam trying to disclaim, or not disclaim, but not claim the DC sniper, because he was affiliated with the Nation of Islam for years,
right?
And then
I don't have a problem with that. Like I would if that I can understand that. Yeah, I think my concern though is that you've had so many ex-militaries, like you got that, like that training is ingrained. That train, whatever they've got it. If whatever the SEALs know, there's probably some brothers in the NOI that know as well. If there haven't been SEAL trained members, like Muslims join the military all the time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like so that's what I'm saying. Like that. But I'm not quite sure what it matters. And I have some interesting thoughts about that too.
Because even
like if you're not using it for particular purposes, then what are you using it for?
Right. And like Micah X, he was ex-military as well, and they used a drone to take him out. That was interesting. And he was pictured with Professor Griff, who is a known NOI affiliate. So they keep kind of connect these.
Griff's interesting.
Right. Well, that's the Professor Griff was upset with the media because they kept putting out a picture of him with Micah X at a book signing. And so that's just like taking some fan of rock and roll, and they were
right.
And this person just committed murders, and you're putting up a picture of them with the celebrity. It's not the best impression.
It looks bad. It's an interesting visual.
Right. So I just, the fact that they would put like these most public shootings of ex-Black military people and still connect them to NOI somehow is NOI.
Yeah, as far as I don't have a problem necessarily. Like I think I think that makes sense. I think that's average protocol. Like I wouldn't like, yeah. I think it's a little bit different than when it's a leader, it's a person that's kind of established. I don't mind you trying to distance yourself from your malcontents when they're like, what I have a problem when it's more like, Khalid, when these are our heroes, you know what I'm saying? Like what happened, and it's not just and it's other, I can't think of every member, you know what I'm saying, that has reached, a particular level. There is one brother, I think he was like the Eastern Regional. I think he was like in the hip hop or something too, real dark skinned brother. But over the years they've had some, like you said, some very charismatic organizers or whatever, however we want to language that, and the politics have just not worked for them. And I do think that, it's going to be difficult for them. Not, a person like me is going to want to ask questions. A person like you is going to want to ask questions. And we're not the only one that sees what's going on. All of this is in the public.
Right.
And I think sometimes that's one of the problems that I have is like, you can't get mad at people for asking these questions. Like the position that you hold is a political position. Right. And you can try to use the religious part to kind of cover up, it's in the house, this is whatever, man.
Right.
It just is what it is. You can't get mad at the people that you claim to be serving for questioning things that you're doing. You just can't do that. This is the place in the public, and it becomes draconian and fascist, and these are things that we're fighting against.
Exactly. And so even the fact that Farrakhan's son didn't marry a black woman, and that was one of the main pushes for the Nation of Islam. It kind of contradicts.
I always thought that the Nation of Islam had an interesting taste in women. I thought that there was kind of a particular,
type.
I thought there was a particular type, and it tends to lend a particular tone. And so I'm not like.
But he's the leader's son, and he forbids the other.
What do you think about it? Are they forbidden? Like I didn't know they were forbidden.
Yes, they're not allowed to outside of and so the interesting part of it is like his son. The woman is white, like clearly. She's in the front row, I
think it's their choice. You know what I'm saying? I do think.
Yes, people have.
But I think it's
consistency.
I wouldn't even think of it like that. Just from like, I'm not quite sure what
Just let everybody do what they want.
Are we now pushing the wealth out of the NOI as well? Like what happens with that particular line, and how many other people are going to be, what about the daughters, and what's going on with if one is allowed, then, and I mean it's their choice. I'm just interested in what happens, and how do you justify the wealth creep if that's going to be happening, and how, and what is the rank and file? I guess the rank and file, like I'm just looking at it like whatever y'all doing as far as that's concerned, man, that's really y'all business. I'm pretty sure that but I have a hard time believing that this is just a romantic thing.
You think it's an arrangement?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. I could almost.
Like, I don't know, I don't know, but I just have a hard time. These are extremely thoughtful people, and me saying it is giving them a lot of respect. You know, I don't think that
I
this
feel
was
you.
just.
You're saying it's more strategic than okay.
I don't know about. I think that there's probably strategy there. I do question the strategy though. I don't think that it's the right way to go.
Right, right,
I
right,
do. I would question, but I don't know the woman. No, either. Like I don't know their background. Like you know, I must. My first assumption was, oh, she must got some money.
right. I don't know
But
that.
but then I began to think like, but that's still, you know, like Kim Kardashian's got money, but that still doesn't do anything with the black wealth that was generated. The black wealth still gets ate up in this particular along this particular bloodline. And I'm not saying people shouldn't be married to interracially. All I'm saying is this is what the math is going to be. That's all
Right,
I'm saying.
right, right. That's the whole premise of it is that um
And if you have this particular movement, you know, based on a particular set of principles, then it does get, you know,
and it does interfere, yeah,
yeah,
ideologically.
it's convoluted,
Right,
extremely convoluted.
right, right. So
But I do have a hard time thinking that this was just a love affair. I do. I think that, you know.
I hear you on that. I hear you. I didn't know, but I was like, ooh, that hypocrisy. That one's got to sting a little.
We may have to wrap it up on that note.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Alice.
Always. We gotta do it. We gotta do this more often, man.
Right, right, right. I actually enjoyed it. And Queen Tovon, thank you.
Absolutely.
And so yes, please follow Al's Asylum on TikTok.
TikTok, IG, Twitter, all your social media platforms.
Right, right. Great content.
Thank you.
And consistent, especially on Twitter. You're a consistent poster.
Appreciate it.
And so yeah. And he does reviews on books and papers and just amazing stuff. So
Appreciate it. Absolutely
website,
appreciate it.
Asylum.net.
Absolutely. Thank you. Wow.
I read a couple of them. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah. And everybody, thank you for showing up. The one person that stayed. One person.
Wow. It's always the one.
Right. Thank you so much. And hit me up whatever topics you have in mind. So
Absolutely. We got it. Absolutely. Because we need to do it more often.
Right. All right. Peace, everybody.
Y'all be safe.